What is up, ladies and gentlemen? What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I want to welcome y'all to whatever episode this is. I think it's like 190 something or other. How y'all doing, man? How y'all doing on this great Saturday morning, man? How are y'all doing today, man? Oh boy, shit. Oh boy. Boy, I woke up today with this goddamn creak in my neck, and Jesus Christ, this creak is fucking, it's terrible, man. It's terrible. It's time for me to get some new pillows. That's all that mean. My pillows, they done flattened out now, so I gotta go and get me some more pillows, man. I think I'm gonna get those. I seen some pillows. They were like $50, right? But they was like some sort of gel pillows or whatever. Apparently they're supposed to last longer. You would think if you pay $50 that shit gonna last longer. But what's up, everybody? What's up, Viper Reaps? What's up, JC? What up, Buddy Hall, Tom Murphy, War the First Horseman, Free Reezy? What is good? Forsaken, what's good, homie? Das Mises, Juan Sosa, Corey, what is up? Alize, what's good, fam? What's good? Feast, what's up? Damn. Hey, PC niggas, man. What's going on? What's going on, player? What's going on, man? Like the PC world is out here. The shit that y'all doing ain't making no sense, big dog. The shit that y'all doing ain't making no sense, man. It ain't making no sense, man. Oh. Why are you enabling frame gen on your powerful PC? Why y'all enabling frame gen, man? What's going on, bro? I thought this was on some He-Man I have the power shit. Like what happened? What happened, man? What's going on, bro? Y'all gotta add frame gen just to get like decent frame rates now. Look. While I have a PC, bro, I ain't turned that bitch on in ages, bro. I ain't turned that motherfucker on in ages. And that ain't even no flex, nigga. I feel like I wasted some money. But listen, I'm hearing the trials and tribulations that you guys are going through, and I empathize. I really empathize with you guys. You guys are going through hell and high water. First of all, y'all got some cars that's burning up. I mean, damn. Niggas was just trying to get the four times frame gen, nigga, and whole computer caught fire, nigga. Like, what's going on, player? What's all this happening, man? I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding. Like, do I need to get a fire extinguisher to leave by my computer now? Is that what's happening? Is my computer that is barely fucking turned on right now? Am I supposed to leave a fire extinguisher next to that motherfucker because, you know, it's going through some combustion shit? Like what's happening, bro? Like, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand this, man. I mean, imagine spending the amount of money that we spend on these goddamn PCs and the motherfuckers catch fire. Like Dalzim is spitting into your case, nigga. Like, I don't understand. I'm trying to compute. I'm trying to understand what is going on here because my PlayStation, I don't think my PlayStation has ever even made a noise. Sometimes I gotta check on my PlayStation to make sure that bitch is still alive. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't be hearing no noise. But, you know, having whole ass fires in your fucking room, and, you know, some of y'all is in the basement, nigga. So y'all liable to set the whole entire goddamn house on fire with this motherfucker. Hey, listen, man. I don't know what it is, bro. Like, y'all should feel some type of way right now. Like, I know I would feel some type of way, bro. You know what I mean? And how many times can we blame this on the users? How many times can we blame this on the users, guys? At some point, we gotta say it's just all computers that are fucked up, right? Right, guys? Right, guys? No? Because I remember vividly when some goof nut burnt their fucking PlayStation, literally burnt it to the point where you could see that the fire came from outside of the shit. And also the dumb motherfucker burnt it where the fan was. Literally no other electric components are there except for the fan, and the fan is a 2-wire fan, bro. Like, the shit just made absolutely zero sense. But y'all tried to tell us that it was all PlayStations, not just that person's PlayStation, right? But y'all also, on the other hand, want to tell us that it's only those few users who have been experiencing these burnout issues. Now, is that a hint of hypocrisy that I smell there? Is that what that is? Is that what that is? Is that a hint of hypocrisy that I smell there, PC gamers? PC fellas? You great PC gamers? PC gamers? All I know is y'all niggas and the computer catching on fire, the graphics cards catching fire, whether it be an exploding capacitor, whether it is a bad cable coming from the power supply, supplying the power to the video card. That's not even the worst case scenarios that are happening right now. Right now, something else is happening where PC gamers are flexing frame gen. I thought frame gen was bad. I was told frame gen is bad. I mean, bad. I mean, frame gen is just not great, especially when the frame rates are already not great. Frame gen is bad. That sucks. You should buy a PC. That's what I was told. You should buy a PC. That's what I was told. I was told that because Wukong was using some form of frame gen, which to be honest with you, I didn't even realize it or whatever, because I wasn't out here watching like Digital Foundry or any of these other tech analysis. I was playing the game. And as you're playing the game, I don't think you're aware of this shit that y'all were made aware of. But however, I find it funny and hilarious that frame gen is the talk of this next generation. It is the talk of this next generation, my nigga. I mean, damn. First y'all was talking about fake resolutions and these consoles got fake resolutions and they're checkerboarding and blah blah blah. Isn't it funny how all of the things y'all complained about with consoles, suddenly when PC is doing these things, it's great. It's great. Remember before DLSS, when they were talking about or I guess maybe DLSS was in the early stages, right? They were in the early stages, right? They weren't in the stages that they're in right now, right? Like, they were in early development. And PC gamers was like, I like native resolution. I don't like checkerboard rendering. I don't like this, that, and the third. I don't like dynamic this, that, and the third. My nigga, y'all use every bit of that with all of this $2,500 plus hardware that y'all bought. Y'all using all of that. Y'all using the frame generation. Y'all using the fucking the AI upscaling, right? Y'all using all of that shit. Just about nothing y'all do on PC is native anymore, bruh. Just about nothing y'all do on PC is fucking native, bro. It's all shit you complained about on console, but now you embrace it. You embrace it as it is the backbone of PC gaming now. But god damn it, boy, it gets a little bit better than that, man. It gets a little bit better than that. Not only do you have to, sell a kidney, you know what I'm saying? Sell some liver, sell some fucking organs on the black market, my nigga. Like, y'all niggas is out here selling sperm. Y'all out here selling nuts. Y'all out here selling testicles, man. Y'all are out here selling testicles so that y'all can afford these goddamn PC rigs. Only to find out that the games that you want to talk about don't seem to run that great on the hardware that you chose. I mean, and of course, because y'all are tech experts, right? Because y'all are everything except for gamers, y'all turn into developers and start telling the developers that they are lazy. Not that your PC is just inadequate, but the developers are lazy. You gotta love it, man. This is gaming in 2025. This is gaming. And you guys wanted to be a part of the console war so fucking bad. And I still for the life of me. Well, no, I'm lying when I say that. I do understand why. Because most of the people who participate in this type of activity, y'all aren't actually PC gamers. Y'all are niggas that own consoles that are no longer meeting expectations. We'll say that. No longer meeting expectations. That's a nice way to say it, right? That's a politically correct way. That's the politically correct way to say this. The consoles that you prefer are no longer meeting expectations, and in order for you to stay in this war, in order for you to stay in this fight, in order for you to have some goddamn content for your goddamn grift channel, in order for that to happen, you had to move to PC. So you went to iBuyPower or CyberPower PC and you bought the PC that you have now. You bought the PC that you have now for however much you spent on it. And then you came right back to the motherfucking console war, nigga. You brought your PC to the console war, and now you have to make excuses for the PC. Ugh. God damn it. And for me, I thought that the war was going to be over. But something in my mind told me, if they don't migrate to fucking Nintendo, then they're gonna migrate to PC. Or one of these little bullshit ass handheld PC devices. I don't know if y'all classify those differently or whatnot. I don't know if you consider a person who has one of those little bullshit ass handhelds, if you classify them as a mobile gamer, or are you classifying them as a PC gamer? I don't know. Listen, the lines get blurry, bro. It's real funky up in here, man. It's real funky up in here, man, because you have the Xbox stench, and I don't know why y'all won't just let the Xbox die. Let that shit just rest in peace, bro. Please, let that shit rest in peace. Nobody is trying to resurrect that shit. We don't want to resurrect that shit. I hope and pray that Microsoft does not make another fucking console next gen. Like, I'm hoping that they don't do that. Just let that shit die. Be the third party publisher that you are. You know? Play to your strengths. Be the biggest publisher on PlayStation. Isn't that the new flex? Isn't that the new flex? They're the biggest. They're going to be the biggest publisher on PlayStation. I don't know how that is the flex, but somehow y'all have turned that into the flex. I this is great. Yo, let me tell you, I've been over Xbox since the Xbox One X. I have literally been over that platform since the Xbox One X. Since the Xbox One X, I realized that Microsoft don't really care about this game and shit, bro. They just want it to be mentioned. And I think the course that they are on now is the best course for them. Be a game provider. You will be mentioned all the time. All the time. We will be talking about your games going to Nintendo. We'll be talking about your games going to PlayStation. We'll be talking about your games going to PC, to the Steam Deck, to all these little mobile devices. Y'all wanted to be in the cloud so bad, niggas. Stay in the fucking clouds, nigga. Do not come out of the clouds, please. I think the clouds are the perfect place. I think the clouds are the perfect place for Xbox. They should stay there. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Oh, and if y'all haven't realized it yet, I am on straight bullshit today. I just want y'all to know that. I'm on straight bullshit today. Where is my... Yeah. Hey, listen, man. I am just gonna tell you like this, man. I had a revelation. I've been watching, and let me tell y'all, Patreon is something else, right? Let me tell you what I did. I didn't know that the Shuhei Yoshida interview with Colin Moriarty, which that's another topic of conversation for today. But listen, I didn't know that episode was behind Patreon, right? So I saw a clip in Zuby text in his and he was on the feed. So I clicked on that shit, right? And he left the link for the Patreon. And I said, damn, do I want to pay $5.13? Because that's what it was. I don't know how it came out to that fucking cost, but it was $5.13. And let me tell you what I did. I clicked to subscribe to it, and my PayPal is attached to my Patreon. But I didn't go through none of the other shit, right? I clicked it, changed my mind, clicked out of the browser, and guess what the fuck I saw when I went back into Patreon? It had somehow still processed this shit even though I closed out of the browser, right? So I'm like, all right, I done paid the $5.13. I might as well watch this. I watched it, and I think what they're doing to Shuhei Yoshida is very, very wrong. But I also believe that Shuhei Yoshida is putting himself in these predicaments to be misquoted, to be misunderstood. Half the time when he is talking, he is trying to figure out how to say certain things in English, right? Because that's not his primary language. And a lot of these people exploit that fact. And a lot of the things that they ask him, I feel like they did Shawn Layden the same way, right? I feel like they asked a lot of questions that these people probably shouldn't even be answering, even though they don't work for the company anymore. A lot of these questions, I feel like, are misinterpreted. And I think sometimes he's really trying not to answer certain shit. And yet people put answers out there, right? But I'm going to tell you, the act of what they are doing, I don't agree with it. The one reason why I'm not really mad at them is because these folks really shouldn't be doing some of these interviews or answering some of these questions that they're answering. And they are only looking, and I noticed this, they're only looking for negative things. That's all they're actually looking for. They're looking for headlines. And the thing is, I think of all of these interviews that I've watched, honestly, I didn't like the one that he did with Greg, whatever his name is. I didn't really like the interview that he did with him because I don't really like Greg's personality. And it's like when I hear him talk, he's like one of those people that I know, like people who talk to him, they just want to slap the shit out of him, bro. Like I know this for a fact because I get annoyed just listening to the dude talk. You know what I'm saying? Colin Moriarty, again, I don't even know what this guy's deal is. For real. I don't know what this guy's deal is, but he is one of the people who I feel he's one of those people that Sony actually listens to. And he has the worst things in mind for Sony, bro. Now, granted, I don't think Sony is listening to him, right? Like I think Sony hears him. Let's say that, right? I think Sony hears him, but again, Sony gonna do whatever the fuck Sony gonna do, and they gonna do whatever is in the best interest of Sony. But he is, when they start making these stupid ass changes, I'm pretty sure he was one of the people that kind of guided them to that decision, right? And it's funny because I think he's like blackballed from like Sony in some sort of way. But then again, I think that also makes even more sense as to why this nigga operates the way that he does. One of the things that I picked from what he asked, you know what this guy asked? He asked this question and I couldn't believe it. And y'all probably know what I'm talking about. But the question that he asked was, what do you think? First of all, he was a big proponent, and this is why I say you can't listen to folks like him. And I have to preface this before saying what I was going to say, because trust me, you need this context. He was the guy that was all for Game Pass and was talking about how Game Pass can only be good for games and shit like that, right? While everybody else was like, nah, dog. He was like, him and Jaffe has the same idea of Game Pass. They have the same idea of Game Pass. But the thing is, it's like, dog, it doesn't make any fucking sense for anybody who's making a real, and I hate to say real game because indie games are real games, but they cost a lot less than AAA games, right? So anybody who's trying to make a AAA game, bro, Game Pass is not going to make sense for them, dog. It's never going to make sense for them. For somebody who making an indie game, something that probably costs them like tens to 20s of thousands, maybe 100,000 or whatever, Game Pass is probably a godsend for them. But y'all cannot use that shit across the board. You just cannot use that across the board because the logic just doesn't make any sense, bro. It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense if you're in a perfect world where people stay subscribed to services and where motherfuckers don't mind price increases. Because with every service, as we have seen, and I feel like these services nowadays, boy, they taking it to the max. They trying to max out on your ass at this point. Like they are literally like, we are going to see just how much we can get away with. When I started seeing that they were raising the price like twice a year, I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? What is this, bro? It didn't even make sense. And the simple fact of the matter is, even if the content is worth the price that they're asking for, it puts a crazy taste in your mouth if you just got a fucking price increase and now 6 months later you're seeing another price increase, or 4 months later you're seeing another price increase or something like that. Like, it's gonna put a nasty taste in your mouth, and it's gonna make you feel artificially like the content isn't worth the amount of money that they're asking, and that these motherfuckers are just being greedy. But in a perfect world, Game Pass would be everything that these idiots think it would be. But I think we fell into this hole. I think we fell into this hole of believing that it should just be developers wanting gamers to play their game. That's kind of the mantra that we have taken on. And people really believe that they're doing the developer a favor just by experiencing the game. And I'm just like, huh. And that's the reason why I always made the joke. Well, when the bank comes asking for the mortgage, you know, maybe they can pay their mortgage. Maybe they can pay their mortgage in like player counts or any of these metrics that were used for player engagement, right? Like go to the bank that holds your mortgage and say, hey, listen, game is doing really good, had really good engagement. I mean, we got like 10 million players, bro. We got like 10 million players, bro. Like, let me go ahead and let me pay you in the engagement of my game. No, that would not happen. You cannot do that. What would need to happen is you would need to hand over some money to that bank, because that bank doesn't give a fuck about player engagement or how well people liked your games. Like, you can't take Metacritic to the bank and be like, dog, check this out. The latest entry in my game, it got a 94 on Metacritic, bro. Bro, that gotta be worth something here. That has to be worth something in here. Come on, man. Help a brother out, bro. Like, you can't do that. So when people were saying that, I'm looking at them, I'm like, dog, you sound stupid. And again, I know when you don't support something, things start to go away. And what have we seen in droves since like these services have like kind of hit their stride, right? We're seeing a lot less people buy games. We're seeing people be ever more picky and choosy, right? We see people who wait for games, big games, to go into the service before they ever decide to ever experience the game, right? This is what we've started to see. And now when you look around, everybody is mourning the industry. Everybody is like, oh my God, this studio is closing. Oh God, that studio is closing. I hate this place. I'm like, dog, I love when the holier than thou people who have been like Game Pass evangelists or these fucking PS Plus fucking Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Like, these motherfuckers, I hate y'all. I hate y'all with a passion, bro, because these be the first motherfuckers complaining about a studio closing down. These be the first motherfuckers crying and bleeding on the internet through text talking about, I hate this industry. Why did they lay people off? Why did they close down the studios? Why did they do, bitch? Cause you have not been supporting the hobby, bro. That's why. Because you are a leech on the industry. Because you decided that the grift was more important than the games. Because of you and the choices that you have made. The choices that you have made to spread this FUD around these services and shit like that, right? And Microsoft is to blame here too. Because they were one of the biggest pushers of, well, why do you care about how much a game costs when you could just play it on Game Pass? They were the ones who they're part of the reason why a lot of this shit is collapsing. They absolutely 1000% are. They spent all that time trying to save their own asses and didn't give a fuck about the industry that they're trying to be an integral part of. Yeah. All of these channels that y'all gave kickbacks to mass promote this bullshit, the conditioning that y'all have done on the minds of these gamers. I was gonna be mean and I was gonna say something mean, but I'm in a good mood today. Even though I'm on bullshit, I'm in a good mood today. But these people, they have played a significant role in fucking this industry up, and now they're all looking at what's happening in the industry, and they're trying to figure out why. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? How is it that this industry makes so much money, but now all of a sudden all of these studios are getting fucking canned? Developers are being fired left and right. Why is this happening? Because y'all have took a different approach to gaming, right? You took a very different approach to gaming, and you put gaming and developers in a very difficult space, because they have to pretend like they only want you to play the game, but in reality, they need you to buy the games if the game is good. So let me be clear. I'm not saying that, and let me be very clear on this. I'm not saying you need to play something that you don't want to play, or you have no interest in playing, or you should buy something just for the sake of fucking buying it. That's not what I'm saying at all. So let me be clear when I say this. It's clear that a lot of these games that y'all don't buy, y'all actually want it. So when the shit came to fucking PlayStation Plus, or it comes to Game Pass, then y'all the first ones to jump on that shit. And then y'all always say the same fucking line. Can y'all guess what the line is that they say after they play the game? Oh my God, I can't believe I waited so long to play this. This game is amazing. Then they start tagging the developers like, this game is great. Like, let me tell you, the shit that pisses me off probably the most is you Days Gone motherfucking cocksucking ass bitch ass niggas. Y'all niggas, oh boy, I hate you niggas. I hate you niggas the most. These niggas be out here talking about some Days Gone definitely deserved a sequel. What is wrong with you, Sony? Hey nigga, hey, when did you play Days Gone? Well, I played it when it came to the PlayStation Collection. I played it when it came to the PlayStation Collection. Bro, shut the fuck up. Do exactly what you have done up to this point where you downloaded it on the fucking PlayStation Collection. Shut the fuck up. Don't nobody need your motherfucking input, bro. Don't nobody need your input, bro. I'm tired of hearing from you niggas, bro. I'm tired of hearing from you do nothing ass niggas. You do nothing ass niggas that always want to tell people how great a fucking game is after you didn't fucking play that shit, when you know the most critical times within a game's life is within like the first 3 months of fucking release. But you bitch ass niggas didn't play it for a year and a half. And then all of a sudden you want to tell niggas who played it day one how great the game is, how great the game looks, how great the game plays, how great the fucking story is. Fuck you, dog. That's what I really feel from the bottom of my heart. Fuck you. I want you to literally like fall on a fucking fence. You know, one of them fences that they be having like in front of people's properties that got like the pointy fucking tips. Like, I want y'all niggas to climb a fence and just fall ass first on the tip of one of those fucking fences, because y'all niggas are the fucking shit stains of the fucking gaming industry, bro. These companies won't tell you that, but nigga, it is very fucking true, bro. It is very fucking true, bro. If all of y'all bitch ass niggas took the leap of faith and played the game when the game was when the game released, when it came out, when it was at the value to recoup the money that they spent on it, nigga, if y'all would have played it at that time, when the motherfuckers went in there and pitched the fucking sequel, you know what would have probably happened? They would have said, well, damn, part 1 did so great. Huh. Yes, that's exactly what the fuck we need to do. We need to go ahead and make a signal. We need to make a sequel. Let's greenlight that shit right now. Let's go. Dude, the funding is there. Here, take it. Take another 100 million. Take another 100 million and make that sequel. But when they spending all of their time trying to fucking recoup and listening to all this dumbass shit being pushed in the fucking media, all this biased ass rhetoric talking about, oh, he's a misogynist and why is he looking at his, like, why is he staring at her ass like that? Or why did he make that comment? And like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You took 2 seconds out of a fucking game and decided that this game was shit and that you was gonna score it terribly because it didn't fit your stupid political fucking agenda, you pieces of shit. Boy, man, listen, bro. This is the reason why I start to look around and dog, this shit looks very, very unfamiliar. Very unfamiliar. What's shout out to my man Cyber Dragon, member for 42 months. He say, sup chat mods in the new Cap podcast. It's crazy that those who play Days Gone in the service are upset they can't get the $10 upgrade. Goddamn, you took the words right out of my mouth because that was the next step that I was going to in this fucking rant. You son of a motherfuckers. You sons of bitch. Like, I ain't gonna even say it completely. You sons of bitch. You sons of bitch. Like, fuck y'all, dog. Like, seriously? No. Seriously. Let's do this. Let's play this out. Okay? All right, cool. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Let's pretend for a second. Let's pretend for a second that Blockbuster still exists. Let's pretend. Because I want y'all to play this game with me. Let's pretend for a second that Blockbuster still exists. Let's pretend that you went and rented Days Gone from Blockbuster Video, right? And then you found out that, and also we have to put things into context and put it into perspective. Let's pretend that they moved up with the times, right? Let's pretend that Blockbuster had this indefinite subscription service that as long as you continue to pay this subscription, you would have access to this game, right? Let's just pretend for a second. Now, what I want you to understand and what I want you to think to yourself for a second is when a new version of this game is created, why exactly do you believe that you're entitled to get the $10 upgrade like the people who actually bought the game? Even if they bought the game used, you didn't even buy the game used. You decided that you weren't going to buy the game at all in any capacity. You do not own Days Gone. Days Gone is something you're entitled to because you're paying for this subscription service, but the second you stop paying, that shit goes completely the fuck away. It goes away because you don't own it. And then let's think to ourselves for a second, right? You believe because you're paying a subscription service that you should be entitled to it because you're still giving money to Sony, right? That's how you feel. Well, let's think about this for a second. Do you know how many games is in the PlayStation Plus service? So how much money do you believe that you're paying for this individual game? Based on all of the games that you have access to for the amount of money that you are paying either per month or per year. How much money do you believe you're giving Sony, and why the fuck do you believe that you should be entitled to this upgrade? What world do you fucking live in? As a matter of fact, if Sony by some chance says, you know what, we'll go ahead and offer it to you, that would be the silliest fucking thing in the world. Why? Because now they're teaching you a new habit. And that new habit is to make sure you don't buy games. Just wait for them to come into the service. And if any upgrades are ever done, you'll still get those same benefits without spending any of the money. It would be a terrible fucking habit. And I think that is bullshit, and they should not fucking do it at all. And I don't think that there's any reason that for your 0.00356 cents that you're spending on average to rent this game, that you're entitled to the future upgrade like a person who spent 50, 60, 40, 30, even $20. I don't care if a person got Days Gone as cheap as $10. Those people who bought that game for $10, they're entitled to the upgrade because they bought a license for the game. You with your 0.000356 cents that went into whatever went into you actually being able to play the game, you are fucking retarded. You are fucking retarded, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're not entitled to shit. Nobody is going to feel sorry for you. I know I don't. And you should learn how to buy your fucking games. Even if you buy it used. Nobody's telling you that you got to buy it day one. Me personally, I'm telling you that you should buy it day one if you want to see these games coming out in abundance as they have been. But hey, if you feel like you don't give a fuck, you shouldn't be responsible for new games being created, then wait. Buy it on sale. Buy it used. You know what I mean? Buy it however you decide to buy it. But when you buy it, then you can actually have the nerve to tell somebody that you're entitled to get an upgrade. You can't get an upgrade from a rental where you only paid maybe a third of a fucking penny to fucking rent that shit based on all of the different titles that are in the fucking service. Like, cut it the fuck out. Well, that's a good question, Bender of Strings. Bender of Strings, you should read that back to yourself. At this big age, if you're depending on somebody to tell you what's good, you already have a problem. You already have a problem. If your life depends on somebody else telling you what's good for you, you already have a problem. You have a bigger issue. Games aren't even your biggest problem, brother. You got a much bigger issue. I mean, why didn't we listen to Buddy who played Cuphead? And he was talking about how bad the controls were and how the game didn't tell you what to do. And he was just looking like a complete fucking idiot. Somebody should definitely take his review about this and listen to him, because good God, we all know he has all the answers. We know he has the answers. But if you're telling me, you want me to tell you what somebody else told me? Somebody else told me that Captain America, the new Captain America, Brave New World or whatever, oh, that movie was garbage. That movie was trash. Nigga, I watched that shit. Nigga, that shit was that shit was tight, nigga. That shit, I wouldn't go as far as saying amazing, but I don't think any fucking Captain America movie is amazing. But the shit was a good fucking watch. I thoroughly enjoyed Captain America: A Brave New World. Now there was some shit that made me say, and fuck it. I'll tell you. Have y'all ever realized that they continually try to keep up this stigma with you can just fucking arrest black people even if they fucking superheroes, bro. We seen the shit with Hitch. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Nigga, when did they arrest Superman, nigga? Superman was around here fucking up all kind of buildings, but I don't think I ever heard of Clark Kent going to jail. I mean, I might be wrong, and I know some nigga gonna be like, well, in the issue 6 of the magazine when they created it a long time ago, if you read the comic book, well, he did get locked up one time. Nah, but they make it a point to put that shit in your face, bro. You got two black Captain Americas, nigga, and they tried to lock both them niggas up. I'm like, dog, get the fuck out of here, bro. What is this bullshit? But I thought the same shit when I saw that what was it, Hancock or Hitchcock or whatever the fuck that movie was with Will Smith, where he was a superhero, bro. I'm like, dog, bro, I wouldn't even give them niggas the benefit of the doubt, but I'll slap the fuck out of everybody, dog. Like, you got me fucked up, nigga. You think I'm gonna be out here with superpowers, nigga, letting you put me behind bars, nigga? Is you crazy? Ain't no fucking way, bro. You can suck my dick, nigga. I'll fly to the moon, nigga. Matter of fact, I'll take your fucking president and throw that bitch to the moon, nigga. Fuck out of here. You think I'm gonna let you lock me up, nigga? Don't disrespect me like that, nigga. Don't disrespect my superheroism like that, nigga. The fuck? And then you got the fucking Captain America dude, the other super soldier dude. Bro, ain't no fucking way, bro. If that nigga wanted to get away, he could have fucking got away, bro. They told that nigga to surrender, bro. Man, fuck out of here, dog. Nigga, I would have been around here whooping ass, dog. You got me fucked up, dog. Don't give me no superpowers, bro. Do not give me no superpowers, bro. Because, nigga, I'ma be a tyrant, nigga. I'ma be a, what? Look here. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Yo, you got me fucked up, dog. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no fucking way, bro. You're not gonna lock me. I'm sorry, dog. Black Frost, you ain't locking me up if I'm a superhero, bro. Well, Batman, that nigga ain't really no superhero, nigga. I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas say. I've never looked at Batman. They're like, but Batman is smart and he can fucking fight. Like, yeah, nigga, there's a lot of people who's smart and a lot of people that can fight. They ain't no fucking superhero, nigga. Fuck out of here. Well, if you give him enough time, he'll think up some shit, bro, and he'll fuck up any superhero. Like, yeah, I hate, dog. I mean, his plot armor, yeah, the plot armor is definitely gonna end up that way. But I'm like, dog, they be making it a point to lock up these black superheroes. I mean, you're like, nah, dog. Nah. The Hancock situation, I mean, yeah, the Hancock situation, that would not happen with me, bro. I'm sorry. Them niggas ain't locking me up, bro. I'm not even gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, bro. First of all, I could fucking kill all of you niggas with a snap of my fucking finger. Why the fuck am I gonna let you put me behind bars, niggas? You crazy? Are you fucking crazy, dog? Don't disrespect me like that, bro. Nah. Shit, I probably wouldn't have no fucking superhero, nigga. They'll call me Sir Fucks a lot, nigga. Like, that'll be my superpower. Nah, I to be honest with you, bruh, don't ever give me no superpowers, nigga. Don't let no alien drop from out of the sky and somehow fucking infect me with some superhero shit that lets me do some crazy shit, my nigga. If you let me, dog, first of all, if you give me invisibility, nigga, I'm going to rob a bank, nigga. I'm just telling you straight up. I'm telling you flat out, nigga. Give me invisibility, nigga. I am going and I am robbing fucking banks, nigga. I'm robbing a lot of banks, nigga. I'm gonna be a rich I'm gonna be a super rich motherfucker, dog. But I think I'll be one of them slick niggas, right? Like I'll go to where they burn the money, where they burn the old money, nigga, and I just go rob them niggas before they get to burn the old money, nigga. That's what I do, nigga. I'll be robbing what is that, the treasury, nigga? I'll be robbing the treasury out this bitch, dog. I have all the dusty bills, nigga. Or if you fuck around and give me electric powers, nigga, have me out here like coal, nigga, I'll be on demon time, nigga. I just be fucking niggas up, dog. But the thing is, dog, I would never let them niggas fucking control me, bruh. I would never let them niggas control me, bruh. Like, Everybody who I think is fucked up, nigga, you getting fucked up on the house, bro. I'm doing that pro bono, nigga. I'm doing that shit on the house, nigga. That's real shit. I can't even front with you, dog. I'm gonna be out here showing my ass, nigga, all day. Hey, see, listen, nah. Well, okay, maybe. I believe, yeah, they did tell that type of story, and that's the reason why when he get close. Yo, I thought that was funny too. Nigga, they made the white woman kryptonite to that nigga. I was like, yo, hey, these niggas in Hollywood know what the fuck they be doing, bro. They be throwing out some subtle, they be throwing out some subtle jabs, nigga. They be throwing out some subtle jabs, nigga. They know what it is that they doing, dog. Come on, bro. Of all the things that he could have made fucking kryptonite to that nigga, bro. They made this nigga wife. They made this nigga the white woman his fucking kryptonite, bro. You know, one thing that I never understood though, this is the shit that I never understood though. Why in the fuck was it that the men lose their fucking powers and get weak and this, that, and the third, but the woman didn't? Now I know both of them end up dying at some point, right? And they ended up having to bring her. Oh no, she did. Never mind. Scratch that. She did end up getting fucking weak and shit. And he had to fucking get the fuck away before both of them niggas was out of there, nigga. Like, that's crazy. Yo, and even with what's the other dude name? Remember the bald? They made a Netflix show out of this nigga, man. Luke Cage? No, I don't think it was Luke Cage. Maybe it was Luke Cage. Was that the bald head nigga? The one where the nigga got shot up, nigga? Yo. Wait, was it Luke Cage? Damn, I might be right. Maybe it was Luke Cage. Hey Siri, who is Luke Cage? Hey Siri, who is Luke Cage?
Here's some info about Luke Cage.
Known as Power Man, is a superhero appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics. Yeah, that's who I was thinking about then. The fucking the nigga Luke Cage, bro. Like, dog, Hollywood be throwing some they be throwing some real fucked up bullshit. They be putting that shit in the air, dog. Like, come on, man. If I see one more goddamn black hero and the first thing he getting is fucking locked up, dog, come on, dog. That don't make no goddamn sense, bro. But yeah, y'all niggas, y'all PlayStation Plus hustlers, nigga, y'all not entitled to nothing, bro. Y'all not entitled to nothing, bro. Get the fuck away with that nonsense, bro. Get the fuck away with the bullshit, bro. Y'all not entitled to nothing. Stop asking for shit, bro. Stop asking for it. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna get Thrash his shout out. Shout out to that nigga. He was I remember us having a conversation. I don't know if we was having this conversation live or we was having this conversation off air. It might have been one of the off air conversations. But we was talking about PlayStation and their PC strategy and shit like that, right? And the one thing that he was consistent, and me, I always give flowers, bro. If I ever find out that a motherfucker is right about something, I definitely give them they flowers, bro. I am not opposed to being wrong, you know what I'm saying? But in this case, I don't even think I was wrong. I think I just disagreed with what was happening, because I don't think I was looking at this shit from an international perspective, but more of what's going on the home front shit. But he was saying that PlayStation's push for PC was more of a Chinese thing, where they were trying to win over the market in China or whatever the case may be. And Shuhei Yoshida actually confirmed that in his interview with Colin Moriarty. And he was like, that's really where their focus is when it comes to PC, which is why, because what I kept saying, right, is I don't understand how they're not making money. Like we can clearly see plain as day that these motherfuckers ain't really getting no fucking money off of this PC shit, bro. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't sound right, bro. It's like, dog, you spending all of this fucking time trying to win these folks over, and dog, you not winning them over. It's like your games are selling less and less. But that's when you're looking at it from the perspective of the American market, right? Now, in the Chinese market, it's starting to make more and more sense, because remember what we talked about when we first got here? We were talking about the situation with the video cards, how expensive these parts are, and dog, some people are just getting priced out of this fucking PC shit. Some people are just getting priced out of this PC shit because it's becoming more and more expensive. It's becoming crazier to even keep up with the consoles. The consoles are running games better than these expensive ass PCs, even though these people with these expensive ass PCs, they want to tell you, nah, man, not on my PC. I have the special PC where my PC runs everything great and nothing, you know, there's no problems or no issues being had. And I was just like, yeah, that's something. So then I saw this article that came out and it was talking about the people of China and how when it comes to Wukong, it takes so much money to build a PC that can run Wukong that the PlayStation 5 just looks like a better alternative. And I was like, yeah, okay, I get that. That works. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That fucking makes sense, right? That's exactly what I was thinking, and I was like, okay, yeah, all right. So maybe I was wrong about this push, and maybe this push isn't about America at all. And then I started to think again, I'm like, yo, maybe this nigga was right about something else too. Maybe this nigga was right about the goddamn, just had it. It was just at the tip of my fucking tongue. Maybe this nigga was right about the bro, ain't no way. There's no way I just forgot that shit, bro. The shit was right at the tip of my tongue, bro. And it's just like, the fuck? Oh, my bad. Here we go. It came back. Goddamn. Maybe he was right about the whole East versus West thing. Maybe he was right about the whole East versus West thing. I'm starting to see what's happening with NetEase. I'm starting to see, well, it's a lot of people that's gonna stop fucking with us anyway, because, you know, because of the orange goofball that's in fucking office and the shitty shit that he's fucking doing. There's a lot of people that's gonna start pulling from the West anyway. And I was just like, damn, okay, maybe this East versus West thing might have some sort of validity to it. Maybe, and I know for PlayStation, America it's a huge market, but I'm wondering if they're looking at America like maybe America is becoming a dead market for them. Not dead in terms of you can't make no money over here, but it's become stagnant to the point where the growth opportunities have maybe slowed down, right? And with the way things going, people are going to be spending less. I can even admit, bro, I've been spending less. I've been spending less on accessories. Like, I was going to get that that black DualSense Edge, bro, and I was just like, nah, I think I'm cool, bro. I think I'm cool. I think I'll pass this one up, bro. And for a moment I've been like, oh damn, because I've been waiting for a black DualSense Edge to come out. But like, really, I'm really just on some shit where if I would have bought the black DualSense Edge, I wouldn't even be using it. I wouldn't even be using it. So I would just have it to have it. And I'm like, it's not of importance at this point. If it's something where I specifically needed a DualSense Edge and I was going to be using it and could make sense out of the purchase, then I would. But even with that, like, I'm tightening the belt anyway. Bro, because this is about to be a stupid next. It's about to be a stupid next 4 years, and so I'm wholeheartedly preparing on everything that can possibly come from this dumbass next 4 years that we're about to sit through, because some of y'all stupid ass motherfuckers wanted to own the libs. Yeah, well, good job. You own the libs, stupid motherfuckers. But yeah, I think he was right about that. I think he was right about that East versus West thing. And I think it's becoming more and more apparent with the way that these companies are moving. And he was definitely right about PlayStation with this whole China push. That is definitely 1000% what they're targeting. And again, that came directly from Shuhei Yoshida himself. And he was very clear on what the approach was for that. So while I was sitting up here looking at America and the value that America brought with this PC gaming strategy, this shit was never about the Americas. Hell, this shit wasn't even about Europe. This shit is mostly about Asia and the China market and what they see as being beneficial for the Chinese market. So I guess PlayStation knows what the fuck they doing, right? Can't argue with the numbers. It is what it is, man. No, you were still wrong, Corey. Your argument, Corey, is that they were going to be converting people, and though you didn't explicitly say the US, we were talking about the US, nigga. We were talking about over here, that these people would get these games, and instead of wanting to wait, then they would just go ahead and, nah, I ain't giving you that, Corey. I would have definitely gave you that for sure, 1000%. But that is definitely not what you were talking about, nigga. Not once did you mention China, Chinese, China, Mandarin, nothing, nigga. You ain't even mentioned fucking porphyry, nigga. You ain't mentioned nothing about China, nigga. If you would have, I'd have been like, yeah, Corey's the man. Corey said that. That was true. But no, you was talking about conversion over here with niggas who are going to play these games, and because they have PCs, you know, they're going to figure that it's going to be cheaper for them to just get a PlayStation and play the game instead of upgrading their PC. That's what you were talking about. Nah, that ain't what this is. I really wanted a gray or silver Edge, since I can pretend it's the 30th anniversary. If you wanted one of them DualSense Edges, you can get it. You would just have to pay a lot more money for it. Let me tell you, man, I had to hit up the scalpers, bro, for my 30th anniversary DualSense. And I hated it because I ended up spending $100 for something that shouldn't have cost $100. And though it wasn't much more than what they were selling it for at retail, and I guess you can just say I paid some inflationary tax on it or something like that, it was more. And me, I just don't feel good about paying more for some shit than I really should have. Like, I'm never that person. I'm never that person that feels good about paying more for some shit, especially when I know it's artificially inflated. Fuck them. You can buy a shell and replace it. That's what I did. Nah, see, that's I ain't with playing with all these little ass parts from these controllers either. I don't want to do none of that, dog. But I might start doing that for real. Let me tell you something that I noticed about the DualSense, man. And this shit is starting to piss me off. I've noticed I've had a lot of DualSense controllers where silly shit just stops working. Like things just like, especially these fucking the sticks, the goddamn the analog sticks. Yo, something is wrong with the way they built this controller, bro. I don't know why, but bro, I take very good care of my controllers, bro, and I'm noticing that these motherfuckers is slowly but surely starting to get drift, and it's usually, for me, it's usually in the left fucking stick where these shits is starting to get drift. And I'm like, dog, are they fucking sending like some update to these motherfuckers trying to get you to buy more controllers, bro? Because I'm like, dog, I don't be beating up on my controllers like that, dog. I'm not like some of these niggas where, you know, you get mad and you start throwing your controller. Like, granted, sometimes I have the shit on a desk or something. It'll roll off the desk and drop on the ground or something like that. But even then, that happens. That rarely happens. It's not something that happens often at all. But I'm like, dog, there's no way, right? I think I got like 3 controllers where I stopped using them motherfuckers because like the character be moving on its own, nigga. I be like, yo, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute, dog. But what I think I'm gonna do, right? Cause I ain't no stranger to danger. I just didn't want to deal with these controllers on this level, bro. I think I'm gonna start opening these motherfuckers up, dog. I'm gonna start opening these motherfuckers up and fucking fixing these controllers, because the controllers be perfectly fine except for either drift or one button to stop working. Not like the square, triangle, X. It's usually like a fucking like a trigger button that stops working on this shit. And hold on, is it just me or do y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about? Is it just me, or do y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about? Or maybe is it just me? Maybe it's just me, bro. Maybe I'm doing something to these fucking controllers. But I got like 3 of them, and granted, they are like the ones that originally came with the PlayStation. I've had them for a while, but I don't feel like these controllers should be fucking up like this. Shout out to Gordo, bro. If you get the stick drift, just open the controller and spray some contact cleaner in there. It fixes it right up. Well, I got a couple of controllers that need to be fixed. Then I'm gonna look and see if I can find a kit. I'm gonna see if I can find a kit, or you know, because to me personally, I want to change out them fucking sticks. Maybe get some elevated sticks or something like that. I think they got the little caps that you can put on them. But I really think that that's a bad look for PlayStation, though. That's a bad look for PlayStation, because again, I know if I take care of my shit, right? Like, I know there's a lot more people out there that's probably looking at the controllers and thinking to themselves, dog, why does this shit just stop working like this, bro? Like, it's crazy. Really fucking crazy. All right. So now that I've given out the flowers, and now that we have come to the conclusion, well, I'm catching up with some of you geniuses out there, right? I'm catching up with the geniuses out there, right? We figured that PlayStation strategy for PC is definitely, it's in pursuit of China. It definitely seems that that's what the fuck it is. And shout out to PlayStation, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, dog. The way Monster Hunter is being like advertised, and I don't know if y'all are seeing this way, or maybe this is just me just living in some fantasy world or something like that, but Monster Hunter WoW almost feels like a exclusive game. And it's crazy because we all know this game isn't exclusive. The way that it's being promoted, the issues that it's having on PC, the way that you know, they got the bundle off in Japan for the PlayStation 5 and Monster Hunter Wilds, the way that shit flying off the shelves, bro. I have only seen copies of Monster Hunter Wilds, the PlayStation version. I've only seen the physical PlayStation version, and it's weird to say the least, but it almost feels like a PlayStation exclusive without being a PlayStation exclusive. PlayStation definitely has some sort of marketing or something with it, because nigga, everywhere I go that I see Monster Hunter Wilds, it's all PlayStation. Shout out to Caleb Kaiser. He said the newest game from Don't Nod, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. I tried it out through PS Plus. 4 hours later, I bought the game. It's that good. We'll probably finish tape 1 today. Tape 2 doesn't release till April. See, that's the problem with those types of games. With those types of games, I thought that they stopped doing that and they released the full game since the Life is Strange, what was it, Colors or something like that. That's the one thing that I always hated about the Life is Strange games, is that you'll get into it, you'll play it, and then you'll realize, oh shit, I gotta now wait for the next tape to unlock, or the next season to unlock, or you know, just the next chapter to fucking unlock. For that game, Caleb, and I appreciate the super chat, brother, I'm probably going to wait until the full game is released. I just hate doing this thing where I get into a game and then I can't finish it. I used to hate that shit with the Telltale games, because they used to do that with the Telltale games as well, and boy, that shit used to blow me, bruh. But I don't doubt that it's a good game though. I definitely don't doubt. Yeah, bro, I've been looking at the marketing of that game, and I swear it just feels like it feels like a PlayStation exclusive game where other people can still play it on their platforms, but I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. It's weird. It feels that way, and it really ain't that. It really ain't that, but you know, it's still pretty fucking decent, man. I think that game is gonna do very well. I think they're projecting it to do very well. I might pick that shit up, but I'm probably only gonna play that shit when fucking Forsaken is playing it. Like, I tried playing the game on my own, and while I made it through the demo, I just didn't feel like it was that great, bro. And maybe it's just because we haven't done too much or whatever, but it just didn't seem as fun as everybody make it out to be, bro. I don't know. It just really didn't. But maybe in a multiplayer setting, maybe it is much more fun, right? Like, I guess I can't really say that about, because I used to have fun playing Helldivers by myself, so I can't really say that it's the same way for all games. It's just something about Monster Hunter Wilds, man. But hopefully they change my mind about it, man. Hopefully they change my mind about it, because I always wanted to get into the series, but even as far back as the Monster Hunter that came out on PS4, it just wasn't that great of a game, bro. And I get it, not every game is for everybody, but I really wasn't seeing the appeal of Monster Hunter. I just didn't, man. Sick, that beta is old. The game will be better, possibly. I tried the demo to Wilds and then tried to go back to World and couldn't do it. Bro, listen, man, I'm hoping that I get to a point where I do really like the game, but as of right now, I will not say that that's the case. Oh man, so this is a good one. This is just awesome. Listen, hold on, let me sit up for this. Let me sit up. Give me 1 second. So listen to this shit, right? I knew it was coming. I didn't know when it was gonna come, but they are already starting the campaign. Get this, they're already starting the campaign against the Windows Mobile Xbox operating system, or whatever the fuck that shit is supposed to be, right? So this is as per Polygon, Cameron Faulkner, whoever the fuck that is, right? So Mr. Faulkner says It's been easy to close myself off to other handheld gaming PCs since I have the 649 Steam Deck OLED. Bro, 649 Steam Deck OLED. They paid $649 for that shit and had the nerve, had the unmitigated gall to talk shit about a $700 PS5 Pro, bro. But they out here championing a $649 Steam Deck OLED, bro. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Anyway, so he said, after all, the OS is easy. The operating system is easy to use. It has a great screen, and most importantly, many games run well on it. No, many games run and look like complete fucking shit on it. But I digress. He said run well on it. Save for the screen. The same could be said for the $399 Steam Deck that has an LCD screen instead of an OLED. And yet, I've always wanted to spend time with a Windows-based handheld since they offer wider gaming compatibility. PC Game Pass and Epic Game Store to name a couple. And usually more power to make games run better. I mean, we're talking, you know what? Anyway, so the new $729.99 Lenovo Legion Go S seemed like a great place to dive in. What? Nigga, what? What happened to Thrash channel? His channel is there. Wait, no. It depends on which one you talking about, because one of them got taken down. One of them got taken down, but the new channel, which I would imagine you were still there, you should be able to find the new channel. Just type in King Thrash and it should pop up. Wow. Hold on, let me pull this up. This shit costs $729.99, bro. There's no fucking way, bro. There's no fucking way, bro. Where's the details on this shit? Bro, and the shit. Wait, hold on. Nigga, where is the specs on this shit? Nigga, an 8-inch display. And it's a LCD. It does have compatibility with micro SSD or micro SD. It has 32 gigs of DDR5. Even with 32 gigs, the rest of this shit, I'm thinking nah. And then for the graphics processing unit, it says AMD RDNA, but that's all it says. Ryzen Z2. Bro. Bro, this is crazy to me, dog. This is crazy that anybody would pay this amount for a handheld, dog. I granted, I do have a bias against handhelds, so I'm not really that handheld guy. But at the right price, I think I can make an exception depending. But this, I don't know how I feel about this one. I don't know how I feel about this. I was looking forward to this device so much. I currently have a Legion Go, but that device does not have good ergonomics, even with added comfort grips to be able to game for a long duration. This device, though, I can hold it forever. It is the most comfortable Windows handheld I have ever had, and I've had ROG Ally Legion Go, ROG Ally X, and Logitech G Cloud. Oh, good Lord. This nigga really loved throwing away money. The screen is also amazing, and I think 8 inches is the perfect sweet spot between great screen real estate and portability of the device. The issue is with the performance and Lenovo's Legion software. When attempting to access the quick settings to change TDP, it sometimes takes 3 to 5 seconds for it to launch. Launching applications on the device sometimes takes a while to launch, and I think it's related to the device only having 4 CPUs. 4 cores? There's, you know what? Not even gonna get into this. It is what it is. The CPU utilization is usually at 80 to 90% without me even running a game, which is crazy. I am going to return this, but we'll be on the lookout for it if they release a Z1E that has more CPUs, because the fork factor is the best on the market. I purchased this as was very excited for it. It was delivered yesterday on release date, which I was very happy with. When I opened the box, that is where the disappointment began. The system looked beautiful. However, there was no carrying case. I should have looked to see if it came with one, but I mean, for the price, why not include one? Instead, there's a piece of cardboard that you can convert into a stand. That aside, I was like, well, let's see how the performance is. First, downloading the other gaming platforms was somewhat difficult to all the updates that I had to go through. The Steam app never downloaded for me, and I have no idea why. The Xbox app did download for me, and the system came with 3 months of PC Pass, which was awesome. I downloaded Call of Duty because that is one of my main games. I could not get past the Activision screen due to difficulty. Hey. Oh, what the fuck? Mobile is the way. Mobile is the way. The price to performance on this is atrocious. It's a shame because the device feels great, has great controls, and a nice screen, but they chose an underpowered APU that performs significantly worse than existing Legion Go that can be bought for cheaper frequently when on sale. Wait for the SteamOS version, or wait until Lenovo figures out what the heck they're doing. Hey, this is funny, dog. This is fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, dog. I can't, dog. I can't, man. Listen, I spend a lot of money on shit, but this just ain't one that I'm willing to do, dog. I am not willing. I'm not willing to do this at all, bro. Not for no fucking handheld. Not for a handheld that I know is gonna run and look like complete fucking garbage, bro. Like I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Y'all can have this. Y'all can have this mobile whatever the fuck this is. Like I don't want no parts of it, man. I don't want none of it. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So January 2025, US top 20 best-selling games, physical and full game digital, from the Nintendo eShop, PlayStation, Steam, and Xbox platforms for publishers in the digital leader panel. Ranked on dollar sales, reported period 1/5/2024. You know, I looked at this and I laughed. And I laughed so hard. You want to know why I laughed at this? So, take a look at Minecraft. Take a look at Minecraft. And when you look at Minecraft, you look at the publisher, it says multiple video game manufacturers, right? Right? Multiple video game manufacturers. And when you look at Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, it says Microsoft Corp. Now, hold on. Now, why do y'all think that is? Keep in mind, this is Circana. Why do you think Matt Piscatella, why do you think he specifically put Microsoft Corp on Call of Duty Black Ops 6 instead of Activision Blizzard as it normally showed up, or as multiple video game manufacturers because it's on multiple platforms? Why do y'all think that is? He did that purposely. But why do y'all think that? Why do y'all think he did that? Bingo. Delta Victor Bravo. Bingo. Microsoft isn't mentioned anywhere else on this list. They're not mentioned anywhere else on this list. But he put Microsoft Corp on this multi-plat game where even when it came to MLB The Show, MLB The Show showed up as multiple video game manufacturers as well. Why didn't he put Sony there? Nah. Hold on, but Thrash. Look at Minecraft. Microsoft also owns Mojang and also owns Minecraft. Why does Minecraft not say Microsoft? Gotta look at it, man. You gotta look at it, and it should make you say, It definitely made me say, Oh man. But Madden NFL, goddamn, EA is all over this motherfucker. God damn, they got It Takes Two, UFC, EA Sports College Football 25, EA Sports FC 25, which is the FIFA shit. They all over this motherfucker. Final Fantasy Rebirth jumped back up to number 3. All right. Sucks that it had to go to PC for that to happen, though. PlayStation niggas, y'all should be ashamed of y'all should be ashamed of y'allself. Y'all niggas should be ashamed of y'allselves. For real. Spider-Man 2 jumped from 13 to 6. Shout out to Spider-Man 2. You know what's missing from this list? And I was told that this game was so goddamn good and that people should just give it a try, and that, you know, it's not what they're saying. But you know what game is not? It's not there. Where is Indiana Jones? Where is Indiana Jones? The disrespect for the legend Indy, bro. Where is Indiana Jones? Nah, this for January. I don't think Avowed is going to be calculated until next month. I mean, not until next month, but for whenever the Circana comes out for February. Now, what's crazy though, what's super fucking crazy is that everybody was trying to pretend like Indiana Jones did a lot better than it did. They're trying to pretend that it did a lot better than it did. And the thing is, who does that help out? Who does that help to make shit up? It doesn't help anybody. That's why I would hope that these people who do that shit, they would stop it, because that shit hurts the game more than anything. Shout out to Nintendo. It looks like Donkey Kong Country Returns. You know what's crazy? I ain't gonna even lie, and I'm not even trying to be funny. I had no idea that game was even coming. I had no idea that they was redoing Donkey Kong Country Returns. That's interesting. Hogwarts Legacy, it moved down 2 spots to number 9. It's amazing how well that game is selling. Like, it is amazing how well that game is selling. That is crazy to me, because who the fuck is buying this game and keeping this game up here at this point? Is it really the PS4 and Nintendo Switch players? Nigga, because I don't know anybody, unless it was on sale. Unless it was on sale. I don't know, because I already own the game, so, you know, unless it was on sale. That's crazy. Sonic Generations moved down 4 spots from number 6 to number 10. I wonder what gave that a boost. I'm wondering, was it the movie Sonic the Hedgehog 3 that gave Sonic Generations a boost? Because, by the way, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, that movie was fucking phenomenal, dog. That movie was fucking phenomenal. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little tired of the Jim Carrey thing. You know, him playing his grandfather and shit like that, as well as Dr. Robotnik. That shit got kind of annoying, for real. But what saved the movie, the movie for me, was that nigga Shadow. Boy, that nigga Shadow different. Shadow is different, boy. Yo, Knuckles couldn't fuck with that nigga. Of course, Tails couldn't. Nigga, Sonic probably the only motherfucker that really could get down with Shadow, bruh. Sonic is probably the only one that can get down with Shadow, bruh. Because that nigga was whooping ass, boy. And the fact that he got that little teleporting fucking power, it's crazy, dog. But it was a good movie, though. It was definitely a good watch. If y'all haven't seen that movie, go out and purchase it, man. You could purchase it on digital. You can purchase that shit on digital or whatever, but definitely a good movie. Helldivers 2 moved up 4 spaces to number 11. Moved up 4 spaces to number 11 from 15. Good shit. Astrobot, which somehow is still on the charts, but Indiana Jones isn't. Ooh. Ouch. Does that mean that Indiana Jones sold less than 2 million? Damn. You know what I also wonder is, technically, this is only from January 5th to February 1st. This is from the period from January 5th to February 1st. So within that time frame, Astrobot sold enough units to still be on the charts, yet Indiana Jones is nowhere to be found. It almost sounds like Game Pass cannibalizes your sales, huh? It almost feels that way, huh? And keep in mind, Circana only takes into account the US. Circana only takes into account the US. They don't take into account other regions and shit like that. I think it's just North America. So Canada, fucking the US and shit like that. That's it. That sucks. That sucks. Because not only did Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sell enough units to make it back on the charts, but Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth Twin Pack sold enough to get back into the top 20. That's crazy. And whatever Super Mario Party Jamboree is, I don't know. Oh, it's a Mario Party. Duh. Yeah. And Astro is only on one platform. That is absolutely correct, Jazz. That is 1000% correct. So a lot of things are looking really, really shaky over there on the Xbox side of things. That's why I said Xbox should definitely just say F it. F this hardware shit. Let's focus on selling games. I mean, they should. You know, they can put those resources that they would have put into R&D for a new product and just say, nah, we gonna give it to our marketing team and let them really market these games. I'm gonna tell you what I really believe. And I know this just doesn't make the greatest sense in the world for Microsoft because of how they've conditioned their fan base. They should really back away from this day and date shit. If you're going to offer it on Game Pass, offer it after maybe 2 to 3 months. Let people get in there. Let the people who going to buy the game, and then throw the shit into fucking Game Pass. This day and date with Game Pass, it is not the greatest. And not only is it not the greatest, but it's not being reflected the greatest when the reports come out. Because let's say we are to believe that, okay, maybe it didn't sell the greatest, but it helped us with Game Pass. It helped us get new subscriptions. It helped us bring in revenue, right? Like, then that should be, that should be the plus. But when you start looking at the reports that come out for Xbox or just Microsoft gaming in general, it's not looking that great. So it's not looking like any of this shit is helping them at all. I don't know. I don't know if the program should get scrapped, but I do think they should at least give their titles a month to 3 months to breathe. Give them up to 3 months. When I say up to 3 months, you can make the decision after a month. You can make the decision after 2 months. But give that shit up to 3 months to just breathe, bro. Just let it breathe. Not even High Hop, Janky Jones. Breakfast pancakes didn't help. Nah, you know what, though? Here's the thing. I don't know why Disney, and maybe Disney didn't think this, right? Maybe Disney didn't believe that this shit would do well, and maybe Xbox got this IP at a discount or something like that, right? Because the movie Indiana Jones didn't do very great. The new movie that came out didn't do very well. So seeing as that didn't do very well, I don't know why they thought that a video game would turn around and do very good. You know what I mean? And again, the one thing I always look at is I look at the overall completion rate of these games. Like when people tell me that these games are fantastic, oh no, these games are great. But then when you look at the completion rate, nobody's finishing it. Like how the hell is this game great, but nobody believes that it's worth their time to finish the game? I mean, what are they gonna tell us? They're gonna tell us what they told us with Hellblade, that they was just sightseeing. We were just sightseeing. We were just sightseeing. I was just spending so much time looking at the rocks. Oh man, this is crazy though. Shit, even Elden Ring dropped 3 spots to 15, but Elden Ring is still here. So the residual purchases of Elden Ring did better than the new purchases of Indiana Jones. That's wild. That's fucking wild, man. Mario Kart moved 1 spot down from 16 to 17. I still just don't. I would love to know who is still buying this game, bro. Who is still buying Mario Kart? This shit feels similar to GTA, where you just don't know. Like, they always here, but you just don't know why they're here, right? Oh, and that's something. Apparently GTA ain't on this list this time. GTA is not on the list this time. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that's something. That's something. Nah, this list ain't looking too crazy though either. But you know, shout out to EA. Because as much as people talk shit about EA, boy, as much as people talk shit about service games, all EA really make is service games, and all the motherfuckers are here. They are all here. Football, soccer, fucking college football, MMA, and single player It Takes Two. Well, actually, that's kind of a multiplayer co-op game, so I can't even really call that single player so much. But yeah, they got a lot here. They got a lot here for all of those people out there that hate service games. It's good to know, man. It's good to know. All right, let's see what else we got here. What else we got? Oh, this is good. This is this is interesting. Interesting, man. NetEase. Shout out to NetEase, nigga. I don't know why every time I see NetEase, I don't know why I think it sounds like an internet company more than it sounds like a games IP portfolio big publisher. Like it sounds like an internet company. But yeah, it's getting real over there at NetEase, boy. I don't know what's happening at NetEase, but NetEase plans to cut more all-star game studios, divest itself of the majority of its overseas teams. Yo, hey, NetEase is not fucking around, bro. Cutbacks have already impacted teams, shuttering studios formed by industry veterans like Untold Worlds, Jar of Sparks, Humanoid Origin, and major layoffs at Liquid Swords, Suda51's Grasshopper manufacturer, Nagoshi Studio. Isn't that Nagoshi Studio? Ain't that the dude from goddamn, was that the dude from Capcom who made his own studio or something like that? They gave him his own studio over there. Oh my god, hold on, let me look this up. Nagoshi Studio. I know that sounds fucking. Oh, it was the nigga from Yakuza. Oh. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. Toshiro Nagoshi. is a Japanese video game producer, director, and designer. He was the chief creative officer for Sega until 2021, when he became creative director. He went on to be general director of Ryu ga Gotoku Studio. Oh man, that's crazy, dog. Dog, you left Sega to go fuck with this. What is this? NetEase is what, a Korean studio? I mean, a Korean publisher, or Chinese or something like that. Hold on, let me see. Oh man, come on, dog. Come on, bro. Hey, Nagoshi. You know the Chinese don't really like Japanese people, bro. I mean, come on, dog. Come on, dog. Damn, and what they doing is so crazy, dog. Oh man. Quantic Dream getting caught up in this too. Oh, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Quantic Dream could be among a dozen studios facing potential closure if they can't secure new post NetEase funding. Yo, NetEase is cutting them off at the fucking tap, bro. Yo, man. Damn, son. Damn. Yo, that's crazy. You know what's crazy about this though? We saw this happen with Embracer too. We saw this happen with Embracer, and Embracer, I think they still in debt and still trying to, you know, pay off a little bit more, but they almost finished with that. We seen it happen with NetEase. We saw it happen with Tencent. Bro. Who do you blame? Who do you blame in a scenario like this? The reason why I say who do you blame is because why is it, or why does it feel like these studios aren't really carrying their weight, bro? It's like, well, I can't really say that with NetEase, because with NetEase cut off like a whole fucking arm and a fucking leg when it came to the overseas people who handle Marvel Rivals. They got rid of them niggas, shut them niggas all the way off. They was like, nah, nigga, we handling this China business, nigga. Yo, that's kind of what it feel like. What I think is, I think China is gonna become the dominant place where games are created. And I think what they're doing is, I think they're cutting off anybody outside of fucking China, bro. And right now they got a lot of games from China that are doing really, really well. Like that Hoyo whatever, nigga, those games are doing well. The Marvel Rivals is doing amazingly. The Where the Winds Meet, that game, I think they said had like 15 million players, and that shit ain't even come to PlayStation yet. I think they're cutting off anybody that ain't really Chinese, bro. I think Sony is gonna have to be real careful with how they maneuver with this. I think Sony's gonna have to be real careful with how they maneuver with this. I mean, because they are putting a lot of investment, and the China Hero Project is funding a lot of games that are making, you know, the China games industry more and more popular. I mean, again, it seems like, it seems crazy because you want them to invest, and I want them to continue investing, but I think they need to, it's time to read the room and see what's really going on, because something is happening right now. And it's no surprise that everybody that this Chinese company has funded, nigga, they starting to cut their ass off. They starting to cut their ass off, man. And I always thought it was crazy, because I never thought that a Japanese motherfucker would go work for a Chinese motherfucker anyway. But in this day and age, nigga, it's all about money, dog. It's all about money, and China got a lot of it. China got a lot of it, bro. And the thing is, what China walks away with, if they don't like sell off these portfolios, because maybe they just wanted the IP, right? Maybe they don't want the studios or give a fuck about the people, so they're willing to divest the people in the studios. But then if they get to keep the IP, That's a big deal. That's a big deal. China has too many restrictions on the art they can make. I don't think that that's the case though, because I don't think it's about the art itself. It seems like they're just cutting off anybody outside of fucking China. That's kind of how this shit look. And it's a lot of Japanese studios that's getting caught up in this too. Who is Untold Worlds? I don't even know what that is. Let me see what that is. Untold Worlds. Untold Worlds. Studio Worlds Untold. Okay. They wrote the game. They wrote the name of it backwards. All right. A studio led by Mass Effect series writer Mac Walters and established in November 2023 as a NetEase game subsidiary, has made the difficult decision to pause operations as it searches for a new partner. Walters said in LinkedIn update, it was developing a near future action adventure game set in a breathtaking world filled with mystery and exploration. It's hard to find the right words for this, but I wanted to share that we've made the very difficult decision to pause operations at Worlds Untold while we search for a new partner to help bring our vision to life, Walter said. This was not a decision we made lightly. It's been a deeply personal journey, and we're all so proud of everything. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. While this was not announced as an outright closure, the studio is currently focused on helping its team members connect with other companies to explore new opportunities. Damn, boy. NetEase, ease up. All right. So that's another company that's outside of China. Let's check Jar of Sparks. That's a weird ass name for a studio, but let's see who's there. Jar of Sparks is a new first-party game development studio as part of NetEase Games, founded by award-winning game developers. Okay, and let's see. Brian Moss, Greg Stone, Brian Lurin, Steve Dick. Earlier today, we notified our team that Jar of Sparks will be halting work on our current title as we search for a new publishing partner who can help bring our creative vision to life. Throughout the journey, our passionate, driven, and innovative team took bold risks and pushed boundaries, striving to create something truly new and exciting for the industry. We couldn't be prouder of the groundwork we've laid together. Sure. As we prepare for this next step, blah, 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 from the day we formed Jar of Sparks to this very moment, this team has accomplished remarkable feats, proving that a small, focused, and dedicated group can achieve great results. A little about Josh. I'm a huge nerd and spend most of my free time gaming with friends, watching good movies, anime, and going to conventions around Southern California. Ooh, okay. So, more non-Chinese folks. Interesting. Y'all ain't seeing no pattern here? I'm seeing a pattern. I am seeing a pattern, and it is not looking good. It's crazy that they chose now to do all of this. Like, they doing it all at once. They not even doing it bit by bit. All right, Humanoid Origin. Let's see, what is this? Humanoid Origin is a Canadian game, another North American company. Huh. Interesting. At Humanoid Origin, our mission is to deliver magical interactive storytelling by connecting talented creators to powerful tools in a safe and supportive environment. That's crazy, dog. They letting off a lot. God damn, they putting a lot of American workers out of business. And major layoffs at Liquid Swords. What the fuck is Liquid Swords? I ain't gonna even lie to you. Most of these names I have never ever heard of and have no idea who the fuck they are. Liquid Swords. No nonsense video game development. Oh, that's interesting. Game development has been so full of distractions that affect quality and motivation. I want to change that. Okay. When the rest of the world was grinding to a halt in 2020, Christopher Sundberg was gearing up, having co-founded and managed Avalanche Studios for more than a decade. He had experienced the entire life cycle, blah, 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 blah. Instead of turning his back on the industry that had been close to his heart for so many years, Christopher rallied, as they say in Swedish. I'm not trying to read that because there's 2 dots above the O. Why are there 2 dots above the O, and what sort of sound does that make? There's 2 dots above the A as well. Nope, not trying it. Not trying it. Do it again, do it right. Do it in the way we used to when game development was still fun and creative. This is how Liquid Swords was born. Our kitchen is deliberately small to ensure that we have just the right amount of cooks, and the best ones. Studio members work closely in tandem, taking advantage of both veteran experience and fresh eyes. Together, we're setting a new standard for game development, one that prioritizes creativity over crunch, inclusion over silos, and quality over quantity. Now, I hear what you're saying, big dog, but I've never heard of a single fucking game coming from Liquid Swords. So let me do a quick YouTube. Let me go to YouTube real quick, just so I can find out what it is that Liquid Swords does. What does Liquid Swords do? What? Video games? When did you start? Oh, they got a YouTube channel. Let's go, baby.
Yes, we are here in my favorite meeting room. It vibes with my personality because it's pink.
What's up, Quintrell? Yo, this ain't even funny though, man. It's people losing their jobs, bro. It's not funny. Hey, dog, hold on. Sorry about that. Closing up my bag of chips. But listen, have y'all ever thought to yourself that maybe these developers have been finessing these publishers? Like, forget everything else going on in the world, right? They have nothing to show. They have nothing to show. This is their YouTube page. This is their YouTube page, and they have nothing to show about the actual video games that they create. They telling you what coders do. They telling you what communications directors do. They telling you everything except for what they've been doing for the last couple of years. Dog, this shit, dog, it has to be that these people have just been sitting around finessing these publishers, bro. Just eating. This shit crazy, bro. And it says, no nonsense. Zero nonsense video game development. Bro, what have you developed? Please show me something. I want to be so wrong so bad. About Liquid Swords. How big is Liquid Swords? What game? Here we go. We're working on our first game. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way, bro. What? What? Wait. Oh, man, dog. Yo, ain't no way that you got this title. There's no way that they have a title like Zero Nonsense Game Development, bro. And they have zero to show for it. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. What? We're working on our first game, a narrative-driven, open-world, hard-boiled AAA revenge story built and developed in Unreal Engine 5. The revenge story was them finessing NetEase, nigga. That was the revenge story, nigga. But NetEase caught on and said, nah, dog. Not like this. Not like this. They're in Sickla, Stockholm. Ain't that in like Germany or something like that? Yo, I'd have shut their ass down, bro. Not gonna lie. Major layoffs at Liquid Swords. Bro, major layoffs, showing what we saw here. Major layoffs, just close the whole studio down, dog, bro. Just forget about it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We don't need to see nothing else from them. We don't need to see nothing else, bro. Nothing else. I don't need to see anything from Liquid Swords, bro. Nothing. Oh, boy, that's crazy. All right, so what do we got here? Grasshopper manufacture? What? I know Suda51. Oh, were they the ones who made this? Those like D-Made games or whatever. I think they showed this at Annapurna.
Known titles to some great experiences, but all Grasshopper manufacturer to prominence. Killer 7 was known for its high contrast art style, vulgar fucking dialogue, and abstract psychological undertones in the narrative. Deservedly so, it's mine and Suda's favorite title that he's produced, and one he's been actively trying to bring back, either in an HD remaster or potential sequel, but I digress. You see, cult successes don't always come with the sales to accompany it. They don't go hand in hand. Cult games typically are experimental in nature. They push many implied boundaries in either story or gameplay conventions. It doesn't always set well with gamers that don't have the patience or the palate for the avant-garde, but those whom the in-vision does resonate with, well, those games make lifelong fans. Grasshopper's games are for a special breed of gamer that crave something outside the norm. And what can I say about Killer 7 or any of Suda's work other than they push and challenge just about any convention about video games? Big vision. So what better way than to produce not one, but 2 licensed games based on 2 successful anime series? It's certainly a great approach to go with if you want more Japanese gamers to be interested in your products. Anyways, I can't understand the cutscenes in the which will eventually lead to the next fight in the game. She runs into this gang of girls that are making fun of her appearance and prompt her to go up to the rooftop. Here's where the tutorial battle takes place. This introduces you
Okay, so Grasshopper is another company that's not doing much of anything? Care Bears to the rescue? Bro, ain't no fucking way. Dawg, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yo, I saw something earlier today. I don't know, yesterday. They're making a samurai Pizza Cat video game. And I'm tight. Because I don't think it was announced for PlayStation.
Welcome back to Little Tokyo, where some big news has just reached the big cheese.
A video game? A video game? 30 years later and these old-fashioned furballs are getting a new video game? These darn pizza cats are always stealing my spotlight. I haven't felt this angry since our cartoon show stopped airing on TV.
Calm down, Seymour. If the Pizza Cats are getting a new game, that means we will be cast as the main villains, right? Our voice actors are even recording the scene that we're doing right now.
But I'm supposed to be the lead. I'm probably...
Cats are back with a brand new video game. The Big Cheese has an evil scheme up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm down for
and it's
this.
up to you, the player, to stop him from taking over Little Tokyo. Switch between your favorite cats, Speedy, Guido, and Polyester, and get ready for some nostalgic pepperoni action. So put on your best pajamas, because we're going to party like it's 1991 with the return of the Samurai Pizza Cats.
Wish. Oh, it's in development for all platforms, it says. Cool. But I'm down for that. I'm down for that. I definitely want to play that. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Damn. The only team on this list that I'm like, man, fuck, is Quantic Dream. That's the only team I'm looking at like, damn. Them niggas should have joined with PlayStation after Detroit Become Human. They should have joined with PlayStation, bro. That would have been a much better situation. But I think Shuhei Yoshida spoke on that too. And they said that there was bad blood between PlayStation and Quantic Dreams. That's kind of the, from this list, that's the only one that I'm kind of tight about. Yeah, it sucks, man. David Cage did have a lot of shit going on, but the man made great games. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go here. All right, that's gone. Phil, in his very humble way, says he's confident the Xbox is more powerful than the PS5. Huh. When we finally saw the PS5 tech reveal, I felt even better about the choices we made on our platform, and I kind of expected we would. Yo, Phil been finessing these niggas. This was, he made this tweet April 3rd, 2020. That did not work out well for him. Still funny. Still funny. Ooh. Look at this. Sheesh. Major hardware spending declines year over year. Nintendo Switch down 53%, but that makes sense. The Switch 2 is right around the corner. Coming out in April, right? Series X and S down 50%. Boy. PS5 down 38%. They just had the greatest holiday in December ever. And they came back down 38% in January. The only thing about this is that once again, Circana only accounts for North America, not outside of North America. Let's see. Oh man. This was pretty hilarious. Where the fuck is the video? Oh, there it is.
This is the gamer satisfaction per USD or US dollar per launch year. This is a troubling trend. As you can see, this is why I say that this is nothing more than a rich person's hobby. And that really sucks, because if you actually scroll around Reddit or any other PC forums or whatever, there are an awful lot of people saying, fuck it, I'm just gonna get a PS5 Pro and a monitor for cheaper than what one graphics card would cost. Fuck PC gaming.
Huh. Poor Jay's 2 cents.
This is the gamer satisfaction per USD or US dollar per launch year. This is a troubling trend. As you can see, this is why I say that this is nothing more than a rich person's hobby. And that really sucks, because if you actually scroll around Reddit or any other PC forums or whatever, there are an awful lot of people saying, fuck it, I'm just gonna get a PS5 Pro and a monitor for cheaper than what one graphics card would cost. Fuck PC gaming.
You know, there's two sides to this, right? There's two sides to this. On one hand, he's saying that PC shit is costing too much, right? On another hand, he used to do the best he could. He used to go out of his way to try to play these PC parts, and probably still does to this day. Try to play these PC parts against each other. Right? In certain cases, flat out lying about certain parts to push a specific narrative. And now he's complaining about the state of PC gaming. This is the exact same thing that I said. This is the exact same thing that I said about like the gaming journalists, the media personalities, the grifters, the people who are on this side of the fence, right? They spent all of their time making up shit, pretending things were real, imaginary things with these platforms. And then when they start to see people getting fired, when they start to see studios being closed, those same people who push the grifting nonsense, now they all of a sudden want to pretend to be empathetic to the hardships of the people in the industry, when they are the ones that perpetuated the bullshit. They perpetuated the nonsense. And he's doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing.
This is the gamer satisfaction per USD or US dollar per launch year. This is a troubling trend. as you can see. This is why I say that this is nothing more than a rich person's hobby. And that really sucks, because if you actually scroll around Reddit or any other PC forums or whatever, there are an awful lot of people saying,
why leave out? Nintendo isn't the market leader. But I digress. Go ahead.
I'm just going to get a PS5 Pro and a monitor for cheaper than what one graphics card would cost. Fuck PC gaming.
Hey, it sucks, man. It sucks to suck, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is, big dog. Oh, man. Oh, boy. I thought this was funny. I really did think this was funny. I thought, yo, Dub be on some shit, man. This nigga be trolling way too hard, bruh. Way too hard. The evolution of Xbox, all within da 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 da. Huh. God damn. Damn. I was playing PC games this afternoon, and when I was done with the games, my PC suddenly shut down while I was browsing websites. When I restarted the PC, the GPU caught on fire and smoke started coming out. When I took out the GPU, I saw the burn marks on the GPU and the motherboard. Damn, son. God damn, Brody. Not your 5090, bruh. Come on, dog. God damn, bro. Why they did you like this, bro? Spent all this goddamn money. Spent all of this goddamn money on these goddamn cards. Ooh, it's a Republic of Gaming GPU too. Damn. Yo, this motherboard he got ain't cheap either. This shit is not cheap. Yo, that's crazy, dog. Wow. Damn, dog. Hold on. 50, 90. Oh, shit. What the hell was I typing? Catching fire. Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god. Can the RTX blah 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 blah. Some RTX 5090 GPUs are missing ROPs.
Well, you know, a little while back, I asked, how could this launch get any worse? And you would think by now I would have learned.
Keep in mind, he does this for every NVIDIA launch. He did it for the 4090. He's doing it for the 5090. Now, keep in mind, he was the same one that was just talking about people being happy with their PC purchases, right? You gotta love it, man.
my lesson. But no, NVIDIA right now is the gift that keeps on giving, or taking, or in this instance, taketh away El Ropeth. Today's video is brought to you by the new, really super cool JSUSense Melty connector shirt. You know, paying tribute to one of the best designs that's clearly ever existed. And if you don't like the Vaporwave colors, we've got our OG gray and red colors available now. So get yours by following the link in the description below.
The grift never stops. Y'all ain't peeped this. This is the melting connector for the 5090 and 4090 GPUs. The man is selling a shirt for $34.99, bro. $34.99 to grift off of what he is about to go into. Talking about the issues with the cards. Both. Can't blame the hustle to capitalize. Well, yeah, y'all do like these niggas that do this.
Ever existed. And if you don't like the Vaporwave colors, we've got our OG gray and red colors available now. So get yours by following the link in the description below.
Nice.
Ow, I have a thigh cramp. Okay, so obviously we're talking about the Tech Power Up article that went live today, and Phil kind of brought me my awareness to this. I wasn't even aware. Apparently, certain 5090 models, well, very like randomized 5090 models, are missing ROPS, or raster output pipeline. So basically, what ROPS are responsible for, it's kind of like all the final post-processing of an image, or 3D post-processing. So let's see here. If I just kind of do a generic like AI search of what is a ROP, or a raster output pipeline, they're a component in the graphics pipeline that handle the final steps in 3D image processing on NVIDIA graphics cards, or any graphics cards to be honest. But NVIDIA calls it ROPS and AMD calls it something else, backend.
Render backend.
Render backend. And they're responsible for tasks like pixel shading, texture mapping, anti-aliasing, depth testing, writing pixels to the frame buffer, etc. ROPS also control anti-aliasing and perform transactions between relevant buffers in local memory. So as you can tell, it's pretty important. It's not just like you might have your tensor cores and your CUDA cores and your RT cores, but the ROPS are basically responsible for everything at the final like render of the frame and the scene. As you can see, it even writes it to the buffer, as you can see. So anyway, what has kind of been found here is that 176 ROPS is what's supposed to be on the RTX 5090 die. Now, it doesn't matter what brand you buy, whether it's, I almost said ZigTac, Zotac, Gigabyte, MSI, Asus, NVIDIA, FE, PNY, Paylit, any of them, right? They all are gonna have 176 ROPS.
Let me ask y'all a question. By the end of this video, do you believe he's going to show any proof of anything that he's talking about? The video is only 11 minutes. Do y'all think by the end of this video, he's gonna show any proof of this?
Supposed to, because the die is provided by NVIDIA. And then these card manufacturers make their own schematics and their own GPU layouts, their own power phases, all that crap. So it's important to note as we move forward with this story, this is an NVIDIA problem, not a Zotac problem, not an Asus problem, not an MSI problem. It is owned by NVIDIA because NVIDIA is supplying the die. Well, what was sort of uncovered by a reader direct to Tech Power Up by the name of Wuxi Gamer. Anyway, Wuxi Gamer. They found that their Zotac model, which is the OC Solid, which is the same card I have right here, only had 168 of their 176 ROPS showing. So they were like, that's odd. They thought maybe something was wrong with their BIOS.
So this isn't even his experience. This isn't even his experience. This is somebody else's experience. Okay.
Or their driver. So they tried doing BIOS update, didn't matter. Driver updates, DDU, doesn't matter. And now none of that stuff would actually technically matter because this is a hardware level problem, not a software level problem. So by using GPU-Z to validate how many ROPS they have, they discovered like we are missing 8 of them. No, actually, yeah, 8 of them. So 168 versus 176. Tech Power Up got wind of that notification because they basically told Tech Power Up, who's this guy's a reader of theirs, and said, hey, my card is missing. And so Tech Power Up went, I have a solid OC, we can check it too. And theirs was also missing 100, no, they weren't missing 100 of them. They were missing 8. So they have 168 versus our 176. Now, that's a fairly significant number to be missing, considering the fact that the ROP is responsible for so much, and given how big the die is. It's really interesting to try and figure out why 8 of them are disabled randomly throughout different cards. So they kind of ran a test here. Their NVIDIA Founders Edition card, I don't have one on the table, scored in Time Spy Extreme graphics score at 25,438, where their Zotac card was scoring 22,621, and then their Gigabyte card was scoring 26,220. So a very significant performance drop of like anywhere between 8 to 10% depending. So as their like story has kind of blown up this morning, more people have started checking and reporting in, hey, my card is missing ROPs too. And when they're missing, they almost always seem to be the exact same amount, 168 versus 176. So it's almost like one grouping of them is somehow missing. Now, considering the way that the bit architecture works, it makes sense that they'd be missing in groups of 8 if they're missing. So far, no one's reported missing more than that. Only 168 seems to be the typical number here of ROPs versus what's actual. And it's hitting all the brands, not just Zotac. Now, Zotac probably had the most 5090s in the market. Like when we were at Micro Center and we were kind of observing the launch, they had, I think, 65 5090s at the Tustin store at the day of launch. Most of those were Zotac cards, and then there was a sprinkling of other brands kind of throughout the morning. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal because now these cards that are missing them need to be warranty recalled. I guess, I don't know if a recall is the right word, but they need to be warranty swapped. Now here's the problem. There's probably nothing to swap them with yet. So right now you are not getting the hardware at which you paid for it. And it's just another black eye for NVIDIA. And then maybe they're a spider because they have a lot of black eyes right now. There's a lot of eyes and a lot of opportunities to have black eyes right now for NVIDIA, but this is not good. You already are having them starting to melt. You have them pushing the absolute limit of the power delivery system. We have another video coming up where we did a very intricate testing of the cable, a couple different cable types, pin types. That video is coming after this one because we're putting this one before that one because this is more of a sensitive matter. The pricing and stuff alone, it's just hardware-wise, this is not looking great. Now, I thought that maybe mine might have been missing ROPs because my solid OC is not performing as good as my FE card. And I only have an FE and then this card. I don't have any other versions to check. That Liquid OC card from Asus, that Astral, does not mine. That went back to my friend. It's in his build now. Based on his card's performance, I assume his are all there because it was just destroying any of my cards in terms of performance. But no, I checked and I do have all 176 showing in this card. So what I'm gonna do right now, there might be a lot of people watching that don't actually know how to check. It's pretty simple, it's very, very easy, but given the lurking I've been doing in forums and the questions I see being asked with people that have bought 5090s, there's a lot of people out there that have money and
Hey, Barry. Hey, listen, man. I would love to know just one thing. What games are you playing, Jay's 2 cents? Look, bro, they clearly send this man video cards, but he does nothing gaming related with these video cards except for look at numbers. Now, hold on. Let me not overlook this because I want to be real. If what he's saying is indeed true, and these people are missing promised hardware, that's a problem. They need to fix this. There is no talking around it or any of that shit. But he gets these cards and don't do anything with it. He don't play no games. He runs benchmarks. He runs benchmarks through benchmarking software, even where he's getting these specifications is through I forgot what the software is called for it, but what the hell are they doing with these videos? Like, why even send Jay's 2 cents a video card? At this point, I don't even know why they're sending him these video cards. None of this information is useful to people who play video games. None whatsoever. And to be quite frank, the fact that you can find out that you're missing ROPs, nigga, like, well, I mean, because whose idea is it that let me check and see if I got all the ROPs? Let me now hold on. It's not. I guess it's not a bad thing if you do that, right? Like, because they found a discrepancy. But who does that? Who turns on their computer and be like, yo, let me check the ROPs real quick. Hold on, real quick. Before I boot up this game, hey, let me make sure I got all 176 ROPs in this bitch. No, I'm just saying though, Leech. I'm like, I'm thinking to myself like, bro, I don't think this would have been a problem I probably would have never found. I'm not gonna even lie to you. I would have never found this issue. The fact that he found this issue is absolutely hilarious, right? It's hilarious that you could find that particular issue. But I've never booted up a game and been like, yeah, you know what? It just doesn't feel like all the ROPs are here. Like, I mean, it's rasterizing great, right? But like, I feel like it could have been faster. I feel like the rasterization could have been faster, bro. Let me check the ROPs real quick. Like, that would have never been a statistic that I would have checked. I would have never checked that, dog. I would have never looked at that. And even if I did look at it, I probably wouldn't even thought about the fact that there's supposed to be 176 of them motherfuckers there, right? It is not. Like, again, I don't know what normal consumers would do with this information, bro. Except be outraged. That's it. I think that's the sole purpose of this video. But I do think that it's good that there are people that's out there making sure that these companies provide what they're saying that they do provide, right? Like, I'm never going to be mad at that, right? And I don't have a problem with this at all. But I never see Jay's 2 cents play a video game, bro. I never see this man play no video games. He has mad video cards. He got video cards for day. He gets video cards and just simply tests the video cards. And I'm just like, duh, how do you live like this, bro? how do you live like this, bro? I couldn't do it, man. But shout out to him, man. They figured it out, man. Shout out to him. Let's see. Hold on, where is the... I know there's some other shit that happened. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Oh, goddamn freak boy. Goddamn freak boy. Hey, shout out to that freak boy that work at Bungie. Or that used to work at Bungie. I think Sony made the right decision to get that nigga the fuck out of there. They made the right decision. They made the right decision, man. Sony has hit back at claims it maligned the reputation of former Marathon reboot director Chris Barrett, purporting its investigations had uncovered consistent misconduct wherein he would target a lower-level female employee he wasn't working directly with, initially engaged in friendly conversation, and progressively pushed boundaries, often referencing his wealth and his ability to advance their careers. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I know some freak boys that work at that work at the company that I work for, and he be doing the same freak boy shit. He just ain't get caught yet, but he be doing the same freak boy shit. Back in December, former Marathon Reboot director Barrett filed a lawsuit against Bungie and Sony for deliberately destroying his reputation by falsely and publicly insinuating they had investigated Barrett and found he had engaged in sexual misconduct, and to avoid paying him a $45 million payment. Barrett was fired by Bungie last year following an internal investigation into alleged inappropriate behavior against female colleagues. In court papers, Barrett's lawyers suggest his former employee did not care, that none of it was true. They had blatant motivations for their brazen scheme, only wanting to shift blame for and deflect attention away from their massive business failures. The investigation revealed that Barrett's misconduct with each employee was consistent. He targeted a lower level female employee he wasn't working with directly, initially engaged in friendly conversation, and progressively pushed boundaries with the employee by making subtle references to her physical appearance or expressing his interest romantically. Barrett attempted to create an unprofessional level of intimacy with his victims. He requested to follow personal Instagram accounts and would express anger to the women if they failed to respond to his messages. He would bring up inappropriate topics like their body, their relationships, his marriage, or his desire to date them. He would demand that they participate in sexually charged games of truth or dare and ask me anything. He texted them at all hours, bro. I swear to God, bro. If I woke up one morning and my wife was getting some text from an old freak ass nigga, bro, I would have big fucking problems with that. Big fucking problems. He offered to buy them gifts. He often referenced his wealth and his ability to advance their careers. The statement continued. Barrett's predatory. You got to use the word predatory when you're talking about stuff like this, right? Barrett's predatory behavior caused victims to seek guidance from other Bungie employees on how to manage Barrett's constant boundary pushing, given that he was a long-standing senior member of the company. Multiple victims reported to Human Resources during the investigation that they were afraid for their jobs during these encounters. See, Barrett is part of the reason why Bungie ended up having to sell themselves. It has to be. It has to be. Doing stupid shit like this, causing fucking lawsuits to happen. Like, bro, you a liability. They should have been got rid of your ass. And this is not new behavior. He felt so comfortable that he targeted multiple people with this. This means that he felt more than comfortable doing whatever it was that he was doing. In response to Totila's report, Barrett's legal representative said Sony continues to disingenuously cherry-pick text messages and alleged conversations and make unsupported and conclusionary statements to defame Christopher. Hey, Christopher, let me tell you right now, big dog, this ain't gonna work. I saw the text messages. The text messages are on the internet. Sony released that shit. Bro, there's no amount of context that you can create that would make it right. Hey, dog. There's no amount of context that could be added that's going to be like, oh, well, yeah, okay, so I get what Mr. Barrett was doing. Yo, like, this man was on some real creep shit. Dog, don't make me fuck around and find the text messages, dog. Don't make... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where are the goddamn... Where are the goddamn text messages? I was just looking at this shit because it was all over Twitter. Here we go. Here we go. Shout out to Polygon. Shout out to Polygon for putting that shit together. Who put this shit together? Me, that's who. Barrett asked victim 1 to play Truth or Dare over text message and inquired, "What do you think is your best and worst feature physically?" He later told her in a text message that she was hot. She was hot. Despite victim 1's explicit request in writing for Barrett to recognize boundaries, he called her late night while drunk, and after keeping her on FaceTime call for hours, moved down a dark hallway to his bedroom and suggestively told her, "I can't believe I'm lying in bed." Hey Barrett. Hey Barrett, big dog. Big dog. How you fix that, big dog? All right. Barrett sent victim 2 Instagram direct messages stating, "You are the holy grail. I hope you find a person worthy of your attention," and qualified it with, "I'm not hitting on you. I hope it doesn't feel like that. I'm married, but I can be honest. You are the 0.0000001% and better be treated like that forever." When victim 2 responded that her boyfriend treats her very well, Barrett responded, "He better, cause I would hit on you if I wasn't." Come on, dog. What? What? Wait, hold on. Come on, Barrett, big dog. Goddamn, Barrett. What's going on, Barrett? What's going on, Barrett? Barrett also sent victim 2 an Instagram direct message saying, "You want to be worshipped? Do you want to be worshipped? Why are you against that actually happening?" And a few days later, message victim 2, "What are the steps one would have to take to date you? What's the strategy guide?" Yo, this nigga corny. Yo, he is all types of corny, but bro. This is funny, dog. This is this thing is so fucking corny. "You want to be worshipped?" It almost sounds like TD Jakes when he's like, "Do you want to be swallowed?" Do you want to be worshipped? Why are you against that actually happening? Do you want to be worshipped? Do you want to be swallowed? Barrett said the communications were of mutual interest, but Sony's response denies that, saying that several women told Barrett to stop and that each reported the interactions with the company's human resources offices, stating they were afraid for their jobs during these encounters. In a statement to Polygon, Barrett's counsel said, "Sony continues to disingenuously cherry-pick text messages and alleged conversations and make unsupported and conclusionary..." Hey, big dog. Hey, big dog. Hey, lawyer dog. Hey, lawyer homie. Hey, lawyer homie. Let me holla at you, lawyer homie. How do you correct asking someone, do they want to be worshipped? Please give us the context that makes that sound like anything but a creep activity. Anybody make that make sense. Bro, I have never went to any of my coworkers, looked them in their eyes and say, "Do you want to be worshipped? Do you want to be worshipped? Why would you have a problem with being worshipped?" The fuck is this? What is he talking about? What is he talking about, bro? And then, "You are the holy grail. I hope you find a person worthy of your attention and qualified it with, I'm not hitting on you. Bro, why are you even making the remark? Why are you even telling this person this across Instagram that they are a holy grail? And that you hope they find a person worthy of their attention. Please, Barrett, give us some context that makes this make sense at all. At all. What was the person saying to you that prompted you to write this? Because even if there's no ill intent, it still sounds and comes off weird. Especially if I didn't express any interest in you, Barrett. Why are you telling me these things, big dog? If I'm telling you to chill, I'm cool and expressing boundaries to you, why do you return telling me the same shit? So, Mr. Lawyer Man for Barrett, make it make sense for the rest of the fucking population, because we don't buy that this shit is being cherry picked. It's not being cherry picked, bro, because there's no way you can fix this. There's no way you can fix this to make it sound better than what it sounds like. Do you want to be worshipped? Fix that. Fix anybody in this chat. Fix some random person asking you if you want to be worshipped. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Do I want to be worshipped? What the hell are you talking about? And what if I said yes? What if I said yes, I do want to be worshipped? Then what's the next conversation that's going to be had? What exactly is your married ass trying to open the door to? Barrett, I am not on your side, Barrett. Barrett, I am not on your side, bro. Barrett, you sound like that nigga that be making motherfuckers feel very uneasy in your presence. You sound like somebody that makes somebody feel very uneasy. It sounds like, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like you're one of those people that have zero self-awareness. You have no self-awareness. You ever seen somebody that made themselves look stupid and they had no idea that everybody was laughing at them and not with them? He's one of those people. He's one of those people. Bro, you call me on FaceTime. You ain't talking about nothing work related. Then you walking down a dark hallway and you tell me, I can't believe I'm lying in bed talking to you. Bro, why are you even mentioning your bed? Bro, you could be like, yo, I can't believe I'm in my house talking to you on the phone, bro. Like, what? You... He's explicitly saying things that lead to a specific scenario and then saying, oh, nah, but that's not what I mean, though. Nah, that ain't what I mean, though. This nigga threw away $45 million. Bro, we are not talking about $4 or $5. We're not talking about $40 or $50. We're not talking about $400 to $500. We're not talking about $4,000 or $5,000. This nigga threw $45 million away because he's unhappy in his marriage. Because he's not being fulfilled in his marriage. He threw away $45 million. This nigga is a bird. And I get it. I understand him suing, right? I would sue too. I would sue too. Nigga, that's $45 million, nigga. Like, what are we talking about? I would sue their ass too. But him, he should have known better. He is a senior executive at Bungie. But this is what makes me believe that he's done this to several individuals. He's done this to so many individuals that he felt so comfortable because he felt like he would never be reprimanded for it. He thought that there would never be any consequences for his actions. But looking at these messages in itself, looking at what these people are testifying to, he's going to lose this. He's going to lose this terribly. Like, I get it. Fight for your money, right? Like, go chase after your money, bruh. But nah, the way you doing it in this manner, nah, shit's about to get ugly for you, dog. It's about to get ugly before it gets better, and it's about to get real ugly for this nigga. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. Oh boy. And I think that I think that was the last topic that I had. Good God damn it. Thing is so fucking loud, man. The evolution. Now I'm just gonna look and see if I can find any funny things that these individuals. Let's see. Double-digit percentage declines compared to a year ago were seen across all major console platforms. PlayStation 5 hardware spending dipped by 38% year on year, with Xbox Series declining by 50% and Switch by 53%. And look at John Welfare. What the fuck kind of name is that? What? How is PS5 Pro tracking versus PS4 Pro 3 months in? Also, can you share the splits for the PS5 digital and the Series X? Hey, this is funny, dog. Yo, what the fuck is going on here, dog? Hey, John, just know the PS5 Pro is selling a lot better than the Xbox Series of consoles. Oh man, so much for not needing a Pro, huh? PlayStation 5 Portal, PlayStation Portal, and DualSense wireless controller Midnight Black led in unit sales. That sucks. Do you want to see something that is about to age like fucking milk next week? Avowed. What do y'all think about Avowed? Have y'all got y'all hands on Avowed? Have y'all have y'all got y'all hands on Avowed? Have y'all played Avowed? Have y'all played the deliciousness of Avowed? I'm gonna tell you, if I was a betting man and if I was going based off of reviews, like, it's not based off of reviews for me. For me, it's just I simply don't want or don't care to play Avowed. Like, Avowed is just nowhere on the spectrum for me. But if I was to go based off the reviews are so mixed. The reviews are so mixed for Avowed. On one hand, you got people who are praising it to death, which usually happens, right? We saw the same thing with Starfield. Praising it to death, saying that the story is amazing, the combat is fulfilling, yada, yada, yada. And then on the other hand, you got people who are like, yo, this game is fucking terrible. Nigga, the first person view is most people don't want to play in first person view, which is weird to me because it was originally slated to be a first person game, but nobody wants to play in that view. They're talking about the magic is probably the best part of the combat. The shield and sword combat is terrible. Again, I don't know. I haven't played it. One dude said Avowed had 500k players on Game Pass. Yeah, dog. yeah, bro. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Hey, right now, it should be on the Steam top sellers, right? Hold on. Let me pull up the Steam top sellers. Let me pull up the Steam top sellers. Let's see what's a reller. Steam top sellers. Top sellers. Top sellers. When was this done? This was done February 21st. It is currently, well, this is when he did the screenshot, so I don't know if this was February 21st or whenever. Let's see, where is Avowed on the Steam top sellers? Where is Avowed? Oh, number 7 at $69.99. Let me see. Monster Hunter Wilds, Rivals, the Steam Deck. Huh. Counter-Strike. How does that even make sense? How is Marvel Rivals or even Counter-Strike 2? How are either of these on this list? Am I missing something here? Both of these are free games. I guess maybe if you click on it, maybe you can buy like a pack or something. No. What the hell? So, hold on. So, nah, dog. Yo, I just realized the fucking Steam Deck is here too. I didn't even realize this was the Steam Deck, nigga. How do you download a Steam Deck? Okay. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy, fam. Damn. That is yeah, that's what it is. It's by revenue. But Avowed is number 7. Is that good? Is that good? I don't think it's bad. But is it good? How much did it sell? How much did it sell? Do y'all think that Avowed is gonna make the Circana come February? You think they're gonna be at the top of the list on Circana? At least the most bought on Xbox, right? They already removing Xboxes. Xboxes are being removed. Oh man, this is crazy. see. Okay, we know PlayStation was the best-selling hardware, buddy. Where you get it? Damn, really ain't that much news, huh? Yo, you know what's crazy? It's kind of quiet on the fanboy front too. Like, I can't quite put my hand on it.
Putting a game on PC means no one's going to want a PlayStation anymore. But I'm like, no, I just don't know that these people were that interested to begin with. And if they are, the only way you can really go and get them is to aggressively go and get them.
So there's you here, you know that when publishers release games on multi-platforms, especially on PC, the number one market countries their games sell is either US or China. China is a huge PC game market, and China is growing but still very small console market. And in order to reach audience in countries like China, PC is crucial. PC SKU. Yeah, so I believe, having PC SKU really reach new audience. And after, not, releasing day and day, right? Taking 1 year or 2 years, or sometimes 3 or 4 years after the release of original PlayStation version, I don't think, that hurts. Probably people who would have purchased on PlayStation of that game would have purchased already.
Y'all heard it from y'all man Shuhei. Shuhei himself said it, bro. All right, I got you. Give me a second. Where is it? Where is my goddamn window? All right, here we go. Hold on. Let me put this in your ears.
Conventions, because I'm hoping we can try and tread some new ground to make this a bit more interesting for you.
Okay.
Time is a precious commodity, as they say, so I want to make the most of it. But what I wanted to ask first off is in regards to PlayStation's naming conventions, because it seems out of all the big players in terms of the console manufacturers, they all tried to use weird or quirky names, but you guys stuck with this simple numbering system. Was that always the plan?
Well, the plan was just to be successful with the PlayStation.
Well, yes, of course.
That was the plan. You don't plan the numbering system while you're still launching the first original console. I think, and once we got there and we had good traction, surprisingly, with our original PlayStation offering, and the fans seemed to take to it. We looked at the need to have a sequel, if you will, a second act to that show. And I think PlayStation 2 is just a natural naming convention coming out of Sony, right? Because I remember when we had the Walkman, then we had Walkman 2. And with so many product lines and so many areas that the company is active in, really just numbering them seems the easier way to go. A lot of Sony products are still, known as SCPH 5000 or those types of naming conventions. It's a very electronic thing. I think the other console manufacturers were trying to mix it up by giving different names to every generation of product. But in the end, it also makes it difficult to track where you are on the evolutionary spline of a thing. So PlayStation 2 is the successor to PlayStation 1. It's axiomatic almost. But in other conventions with other companies, it's difficult to know, did this come before that one, or where was this one in the line of evolution? So it was a simple answer, a simple outcome, and I think it worked well for PlayStation.
Well, I think sometimes marketing departments try to be too clever for their own good.
Oh, really? You think?
We've got to come up with this cool name.
Oh, precisely. Yeah. And we probably had more of that with the handhelds. Went from PSP to PlayStation Vita. We had PSP Go. We had a bit more, lateral movement with the naming conventions around those platforms. But in the end, it's really about what does the game deliver? What does the console deliver? Whether it's handheld or in the home. Marketing departments try to put their stamp on everything that comes across the door. Sometimes you just need a strong driving leader, someone like Ken Kutaragi, to take decision making out of your hands because he made all decisions himself.
Yeah, good answer. Good answer. One of the things I love about your career is that you've had a lot of these sink or swim moments where you're kind of gone through this baptism by fire, where you're kind of just handed something and you had no idea how to deal with it at the time. But I'm wondering if, when you're thrust into these sort of situations, whether you relish those type of moments, or at least initially if there's like some sort of imposter syndrome, whether it was in regards to game development or marketing or all the various different jobs that you did over the years.
Well, anyone who leads an effort or leads a team or leads a company, if they don't have at least a modicum of imposter syndrome, they're not doing it right. I mean, that's one of the things that keeps you motivated, that keeps you moving, that keeps you learning. You know, a little bit of that, really, do I know everything I need to know, or am I really the right person to be in this spot? It forces you to lean in even harder to pick up all the different nuances and information you may not have already. My career has been a lot of situations where this thing's broken, can you fix it? And that's a great moment to be in. You know, you want to be in any sort of business. You want to be seen as the person who can come in and solve other people's problems. If you get a reputation for doing that, then I think you have a good chance for success in the operation. So the other half that is a question I used to ask people when I interview them for jobs. Okay, final question on your job interview. If you had an opportunity to be head of the fire department or chief architect on the Golden Gate Bridge, which job would you prefer? And it gives an idea of what kind of things motivate a person. For me, personally, I'd rather be the head of the fire department. You know, every day it's a new fire. Every day it's a new exciting moment. Every day is a new problem to be solved. The architect of the Golden Gate Bridge, you have a long-term horizon. You get to plan it out. You get to control certain factors over time, which is rewarding in its own sort of way. But I prefer sort of the instant moment where decisions have to be made, and it has a lot of consequence around it. So yeah, adrenaline junkie, maybe that's the answer to your question.
Yeah, but you didn't actually advocate for a lot of the roles you ended up being in. It was a result of people coming to you and being like, hey, you want to do this? And you just jumped at the chance.
Well, hey, we have this broken thing over here. You want to fix that? Yeah, it was opportunity. It was, I've spoken in other podcasts about this, about my trajectory in Sony for 32 years in the company. I only ever applied for one job with the first one I got.
Yeah, that's right.
In the PR department. And then again, you just make a reputation for yourself of someone who can go in. When some people ask you for help, always give it if you can. If people want you to join into a project, don't let your first question be what's in it for me, but what can I add to this team to make it effective and do better? So it gave me a lot of opportunity to do different things. I mean, I worked in Tokyo, London, and San Francisco. I could have asked for a better trajectory across the places you could spend your career. But a lot of time it was, here we've just bought this studio in England called Psygnosis. How are we going to integrate this asset into the studios? Go out there and try to do that. Come back and say, we've got this issue in Japan with PlayStation 3 sales and marketing. Can you come to Japan and be CEO of the Japan project? It's like, yep, okay, we can do that. And laterally, things like we had to take the PlayStation Network offline in a moment's notice when we had the hack in 2011, I guess it was.
And you were doing 18-hour days.
Oh, yeah, everyone was. It wasn't just me. Everybody was. But the thing about a crisis of that magnitude, like your entire network goes down, the one thing it provides is clarity. Every day you wake up, you only have one job. Get the network back up. Everything else is secondary, tertiary, or not important at all. If the network doesn't come back up, nothing else matters. So, you know, it provides a little ease of purpose, I think, in those sorts of moments.
But if you're not getting much sleep during that time, how are you supposed to be effective? Because if you don't get enough sleep, then your eyesight starts to become blurry. You're probably seeing spots. I don't know if that was happening while you were dealing with the hack.
I was a younger man then.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It was a bit more manageable. But yeah, there's a lot of sleeping on the sofa, you know, in between. Oh, they're going to call back in an hour? Okay, great. I'll get 45 minutes kip. And it's commando rules, right? Eat when you can, sleep when you can. And you get your way through it. The interesting about a crisis like that is you also get to know the mettle of your team, the makeup of your team. You know, who are the ones that are going to jump into the breach? and who are the ones that may not have the energy or courage or motivation to jump into the breach. So yeah, it's a defining moment for a lot of people.
Yeah, I suppose it would be. And you'd learn a lot about yourself, I suppose, in terms of how much you can handle on your plate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How much you can handle. You get to learn how much you can ask other people to do.
Delegating, yeah.
You can't push people beyond their limit, but everyone's actual limit is like 10% further than they think it is. If you can just give them the help to get across that. And some people you just know they just can't be active or helpful in the situation. You've got to make those decisions pretty quick too.
Fair enough. When you first got into the marketing side, what did you discover in terms of marketing in terms of what the most important aspect is? Because Sony is by far, I feel, the most dominant when it comes to marketing out of the big three from a global standpoint.
Well, indeed. And that's well, let's be honest. We get to stand on the shoulders of giants. Akio Morita and Masaru Ibuka, who created Sony back in 1946. They started the company very small, grew it to a global powerhouse that it became. And a lot of it was based on marketing. Sony decided early in its career, in its genesis, that the Japanese market was pretty stuffed. So for them to be successful, it was going to rely on overseas markets. They were the first big electronics manufacturer in Japan to go overseas. They were the first Japanese company listed on the New York Stock Exchange. They saw the importance of being out in the marketplace. And to be effective there, one of the things that Morita-san used to say is, we have to market locally. We have a global vision for the company, but on the ground where the rubber meets the road, we have to have local people, local executives in country who can tell that story to the consumers in that region. So marketing became a very important focus for the company. Morita-san had a gift for it. The idea of the Walkman was more marketing than it was technology. And PlayStation builds upon that DNA that was part of Sony Corp. So marketing was always important. How we tell the story. I think you might remember back in PlayStation 1 when we came out, our ads were insane. The TV commercials were like nothing anyone had ever seen. Largely because of the Japan DNA in there, because when Sony created the PlayStation Group called Sony Computer Entertainment at the time, it was a joint venture between Sony Electronics and Sony Music. The company knew that just being an electronics powerhouse wasn't enough to make you successful in the game business.
Yeah.
So half the company came from Sony Music, which included publishing, advertising, marketing. So we began PlayStation 1, different from Sega and Nintendo. We were marketing games and studios like Rock bands, like new releases of songs or new releases of games. The advertising campaign was like nothing they'd seen before. And that carried on in Europe with crazy ads for Wipeout and that whole David Lynch thing, our rest in peace, Mr. Lynch. He did the PlayStation, the third way PlayStation crazy ads that were like something right out of a fever dream from Twin Peaks. And that hit the market pretty well. So the company has always tried to do marketing different, try to tell a story to a wider audience through a different angle, and not just, here's the game, here's the selling points, here's a single player, multiplayer, buy it things. There's a lot more mystery to it back then. And I think the PlayStation had should take a lot of credit for changing the way that the game advertising thing is seen today.
Well, especially in places like Europe and Australasia, where it almost seems like PlayStation land. Like, it's just so dominant there. And a lot of it has to do with the marketing and you penetrating that market early on in a more aggressive way compared to your competitors.
And you remember with Wipeout soundtrack, they were putting copies of, they were putting PlayStation kiosks in nightclubs in London for like chilling out. You get your EDM experience over there, then you go in the chill out room and just play PlayStation games there. It became a lifestyle thing rather than just a hobby for teenagers.
How much does FOMO play into marketing?
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, it's all FOMO, isn't it? Good marketing is all trying to create the desire for the thing you don't have right now, or the feeling that everybody else is doing this cool thing and you're not, and that's somehow bad for you. I think at every level, marketing is some kind of FOMO generator in order to get people in.
And there's varying degrees of FOMO as to what somebody's FOMO level is.
Yep. Yep. That fear of missing out. The big driver is the first word, fear. Fear is the driver. It's like, oh my God, everyone's doing this cool thing and I'm not. I need to get in there. And I think not just game marketing, but marketing overall is largely built on the back of that, whether you're selling video games or jeans or, some new weight loss drug.
Yeah. Did that kind of play into the strategy of moving to PC, like to create FOMO? So, because it was your idea, right? You're the one that pushed for PlayStation.
A lot of people
games.
had the idea, but yes, it's on my watch where I decided we're going to do this thing.
Right. Was there initial pushback?
Oh yeah, a lot of pushback. I mean, there was a time back in PlayStation 1 where we had a game called Jet Moto and a game called Warhawk, and the studios wanted to publish them on PC. And at the time, Kudragi-san rightly felt that Sony Computer Entertainment would not be in the PC publishing business. So I actually had to spin that off into another group in order to publish into the PC market, which wasn't really big back then in the late 90s. So it didn't really have a lot of impact, and most people don't remember that happened. But laterally, the reason why I thought we should go onto PC, and again, after a year, once a game's in the market,
Initial release.
because once a game's in the market for a year, you can look at the decay rate.
Yeah.
It's not going to cannibalize sales. It's already sold to your console market that wants it. PC was not to make money, not to really generate FOMO so much as it was, I just want to introduce to people who are not in the PlayStation camp, these are the things we're doing. Check it out. It could be cool. My view was that the PC market wasn't going to come to PlayStation on its own. And for us to tell them the story of what our games are, we have to meet them where they are. And if you're on your PC, I will meet you where you are. Not on day one, on day 366. But it was more of a chance just to get IP and the brand out there to an audience which normally we don't have a chance to talk to.
That makes sense. But I imagine when GTA 6 releases, there will be PC players that do have FOMO and will probably end up buying a PS5 just to play it. So,
yes, there are some titles that can actually change weather patterns.
Yes.
And Grand Theft Auto is a franchise that can change weather patterns. Yes.
Yes, definitely so. And I wanted to ask about Astrobot because...
Actually, Corey, he didn't say it worked. He just said he wanted to try it. Well, they've tried it on several occasions. I don't know, man. I don't know about that conversion, though.
That was my game of the year last year. It was the Game Awards game of the year, and of course it was yours.
Yes.
But what is the reason as to why it was your game of the year?
Because it was fresh.
Yeah.
It was fresh. You remember back on PlayStation 1, when you talk about genre, the different categories of games, it was always like RPG, platformer, fighting game, racing game, action game. And over time, the main genre in gaming now is adventure and action sports. There's still some RPG stuff going on, but racing, fighting, platformers, those used to be the staple of like the PlayStation 1 and 2 generation.
Yeah.
And they've really reduced the number of offerings against that. I mean, in racing, it's Gran Turismo, and then there's Forza over there, and maybe there's a Need for Speed. I can't remember.
I think it's been a while.
In fighting games, if it's not Street Fighter or Tekken, I don't know what we're talking about. I mean,
yo, do this dude even play games? Not Shawn Layden, but the other dude. He said there hasn't been a Need for Speed in a while. What is he talking about? Yeah, you know what? Never mind. Let me continue.
I mean, that's just pretty much it. No more Toshinden. Battle Arena Toshinden. And platformers, it used to be the thing, right? It was Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, Gex, Pandemonium, a whole bunch of different, Rayman. And those have just kind of gone by the wayside. I mean, that's still Nintendo's bread and butter, but on the PlayStation platform, they're hard to find. And so Astrobot was kind of a callback to what we originally thought was the fun part of gaming, cruising through an environment, collecting stuff, powering up, seeing different things. It was played well with the families. You could sit down with your kids and play a game like Astrobot. And it was available in bite-sized chunks. So you didn't feel you had to sit down and do a 9-hour sesh. to get to a meaningful point. You can just go through levels and enjoy them for what they are. It was very nostalgic for me, and I think it was for a lot of people.
Well, yeah, I think adding in all the additional characters from Sony's IP definitely helped. But I think it also validates what you've been saying for a good while now in terms of games being too long, right? Because it's, 12 to 15 hours, very condensed, immaculately polished and well-designed.
And you can go back again, and it's replayability. That's the other thing we used to talk about a lot in games 20 years ago, is does it have replayability? And I think something like Astrobot does.
Yeah. There's some sort of inherent quality, I feel, about the way the Japanese design games that the West just can't seem to emulate. I mean, you've spent quite a bit of time in Japan. I don't know what it is.
Because the West spends way too much time trying to make a whole bunch of fucking money and not enough passion. That's the difference between the East and the West. The East has a whole bunch of fucking passion, but not a lot of money. The West got a lot of money and not a lot of fucking passion.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think, the Japanese gaming tradition, such as it is, Nintendo notwithstanding, came out of the arcade experience. That was the catchline for us with PlayStation 1, is the arcade in the home.
Yeah.
We'll bring 3D arcade gaming into your house. And so, it's built on the back of Ridge Racer and Tekken. And laterally, things like Street Fighter, which came across from, the Sega platforms onto PlayStation. And the psychology or the design sensibility around building arcade games is really about how much fun for 100 yen coin. I'm going to drop 100 yen in the slot. How much fun should...
I don't know, Shawn. I don't like how you just did Street Fighter. Street Fighter was the OG. And the way you spoke about Street Fighter, you probably should have spoke about Tekken.
As a player, I expect to have, and as a developer, how much should I feel good to give? If it's not enough, they won't drop another coin. If it's too much, they won't drop another coin. But if it's just in the right space, the classic, Tekken, you finish your battle, then it goes, continue, 9, 8, 7, and you reach for that coin and you just drop it in the slot. And that's how they built their games, very much around the impact of that moment and how to make that moment super attractive and compelling that you want to see more of it. They took that, I think, into PlayStation games with that same kind of sensibility, very artisanal or very craft-like in how they would build every moment to be itself a little jewel, but again, to propel you further into the game. I think a lot of Western games rely more on big, epic moments with a lot of running through the forest between them. And that's kind of a different stylistic take on the building of it. I know now it's going to go out there and get all kinds of comments about people telling me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I'm just, from my experience, when I look at it, that's what I see. I see a lot more attention to detail in the Japanese game development experience, which conversely made it really hard at the time for the Japanese game developers to move onto a platform like PS3, which had a very complicated architecture.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. And there was a cost of entry to get into that. It was going to take more people to build games for that. And the Japanese teams are typically as small as they can be to get a thing done. So that leap was hard. And I think that whole PS3 generation was a tough time for most Japanese developers who are looking at the real intricacies of the game development experience. But boom, now you're on Blu-ray disc. You have infinite space to build your game out into. So it was a quick on-ramp, I think, for high-end PC developers in the West to move into the console space because there's more, perhaps, continuity between those two development environments. But that said, I think the Japanese development community came back on PS4. They've got some great games in that generation that once they've conquered the enormity of the dev challenge, then they can get back still with their attention detail and create some of the titles you see coming from places like From Software.
Yeah, and it also feels like with the West, maybe there's a bit more Hollywood influence within how the production works in terms of chasing photorealism and the whole cinematic narrative thing, which obviously adds a lot to the cost in terms of the development of a game.
Absolutely. Well, in the West, go big or go home. Is that what they say?
Oh yeah.
And everything just got enormous in its scope and its reach and its ambition. And to your point, that brings a lot of costs associated with it, because the only costs involved in game development is just labor.
They got the same opportunity in 2024.
Maybe if you have like an NFL license, there's a cost there, or a FIFA license. But other than that, if you're making any sort of non-IP, you're not stealing an IP from movies or comic books, just going ahead with a game project, the only cost involved is labor against time. So as games get bigger, requires bigger teams to spend more time to make the game. And that's how costs just escalate almost exponentially.
But also American salaries are usually some of the highest in the world, particularly in the metropolises, right? So that adds a lot to the game cost. I imagine a team Asobi would probably be a much cheaper studio to run than, say, Naughty Dog, which is in LA.
Yes, there are environmental factors which will impact your cost structure. And the cost of making a game in LA versus Liverpool versus Tokyo are dramatically different.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, someone asked me, well, Shawn, I see all of your studios in the very expensive West Coast of America. Have you ever thought of like relocating your studios to a lower cost base area? And I said, well, Hollywood's in Hollywood for a reason, and the music industry is in New York for a reason. And the game industry, for right or for wrong, now the center of gravity is the West Coast of America. Here you go. Your comments are going to go exploding now after me saying that. But that's where the concentration of talent is. Particularly once it became a networked experience, once it became a multiplayer experience, that's when the technical expertise found in Silicon Valley and emanating from there, the LA basin, up in Seattle. There are a lot of teams there who can build at that scale, who can create that sort of online experience, multiplayer thing, which is tricky and hard to do. But that's where it began. I think a lot of companies felt that this is where they have to set their major development studios just to stay not only in the zeitgeist of that, but that's where the talent pool is.
Yeah.
You could set up a low-cost studio in Montana, but you just have a hell of a time recruiting for it.
Was there ever a cost analysis done in terms of how much a studio loses in terms of money based on a game developer's commute time into work? Because I spoke to a former Naughty Dog developer maybe a year ago, and he told me that there are a number of people at Naughty Dog that commute 2.5 hours each way to work. So by the time you get to work, you're probably going to have mental fatigue, which leads to lower productivity.
I guess I was fortunate now in hindsight that when I retired from the gaming industry, it was the end of 2019.
You timed it perfectly.
yes, because somehow I knew.
Yeah,
right?
Clairvoyant.
Someone phoned me. And so I stepped down 3 months before lockdown. And until we had lockdown, it had been my position, and this is because I'm a boomer and I come from that older generation. When I was running studios, work from home was not an option. Work from home could happen if you have a sick child, or you've got a dentist appointment, or you're waiting for someone to deliver a refrigerator or something. Kind of ad hoc in the moment arrangements to take a couple of days and just log on was fine. But the idea of having every Thursday everyone's going to be working from home, that was not in my mindset. I felt that could not be successful. So I was old and stodgy about not approving scheduled work from home days. The pandemic changed the whole thing. In a minute, boom, everybody had to work from home. Again, I didn't see that on the coalface. I was, at home on my sofa, but that then changed a bunch of dynamics. People began to realize, the long commute. You move to a bigger house. You have kids. You want to be in a school. You move a little further out.
I'm gonna be real with you. The fact that I work from home, I'm more productive now than I have ever been in an office. When I'm in the office, I'm just bullshitting. I'm bullshitting to get through the day. But when I'm at home, I'm actually focused, nigga.
It's like the boiling frog phenomenon.
Yeah.
It's like all of a sudden, damn, I'm commuting 2 hours a day. How did that happen? It's almost like work hours too. You start doing 9 to 5, and then you end up doing 7 to 10, and you don't really know how you got there. You just kind of work longer hours and longer hours and longer hours, and then it was 18-hour days. So I don't know if study has been done, particularly on the commute impact on productivity. Certainly wasn't when I was there, because didn't have to. But I'm sure there has been stuff done now in the wake of not only lockdown, what does hybrid look like, and how many days a week do people have to be in the office. And frankly, Reese, I'm glad I'm not dealing with any of that right now.
Well, it seems to be a point of contention. There are certain individuals, people like Elon Musk, that saying, no, you need to work 5 days a week back in the office. But I feel like the genie's out of the bottle. Like, you don't know what you don't know. So people didn't know before, but now that they've gotten a taste of it, it would be very hard to try and get people to go back to the office full time.
Completely. Again, I'm the old boomer guy. So in my days, it felt like this job cannot be done remotely. This job has to be 200 people in this huge studio working, cheek to jowl to get the game out. And then the pandemic forced it to happen. And then all of a sudden, guess what? Games are still shipping. Games are still being built. People aren't coming to the office. And you're right. The genie's out the bottle on that one. And no longer can an executive like me stand up there and say games cannot be built remotely, because they obviously can.
I love how self-aware you are. You're very in tune with what people think about you and your own flaws and your own strengths and weaknesses. I mean, I know you've even acknowledged that, because you've spoken about diminishing returns and games chasing the photo realistic trend, and people are like, well, you initiated that. You pushed for Horizon and Last of Us and stuff. But were you aware of that at the time? Were you aware of like where this would potentially end up in terms of like, oh, hang on, this isn't sustainable?
There's a cognitive dissonance that can occur and probably is required for most executives. Can you hold two opposing ideas in your head at the same time? One idea in my head at the time was, wow, this expense curve is extreme. We're like doubling the cost of development every generation of hardware. But over here, half my brain says, this game looks so awesome though. So we just get behind it. We'll find a way to pull the money together. We'll get this thing done. It's going to be amazing. So balancing those two ideas in my head at the same time, that yes, I'm kind of pushing the cost curve out because of what we're trying to achieve here. But I know that over time, this is going to be an albatross around the neck of the industry. And then I think with PS5, we probably turned the corner on that. And we are in a very expensive game right now. And the fact that there's been no meaningful movement on the price of a game since I started in this industry 25 years ago.
Yeah.
PS1 games, $59.99, and cost, as little as $1 million to make a PS1 game. And even the big hitters back then would cost you $10 million to make. And then now in the world of infinite memory and amazing GPU and CPU power, you see games costing in excess of $200 million already, and still can only charge $59.99.
But there's a sliding scale in terms of pricing as well, right? Because if on one end you've got, say, Ubisoft, that a month after release they heavily discount a game, and then you got Nintendo all the way on the other, where them discounting a game is like finding the Holy Grail. It like never happens. So obviously there is a scale in terms of the pricing model. How did Sony decide on its pricing and when to discount something and how long to keep it at the price that it's at, especially these days?
Well, at the beginning, we hardly discounted anything. In PlayStation 1, it was going out at $59.99 for, the majority of the time.
That wasn't true. Games did not cost $59.99 on the PS1. I very vividly remember those games being like $39. I don't think it was much more than $49 max. Yeah, I was just saying the same thing, Nick. Same thing that you just said. The same thing that I was thinking. I never saw a PS1 game at $59.99.
Time and market, or the majority of the sales moments were at full price, and then we started to do $49.99 down to $29.99 through PS2, and then in PS3, I think that curve it accelerated. The moving the price has accelerated, and certainly in a digital world where you're dealing with PlayStation Store products or products that you're going to download, and those prices can change more dynamically because it's just in one store where you command all of it. It's more difficult when you have retail, units out in the field, and you can't, as a manufacturer, influence what Best Buy is going to do with their pricing structure. They can mark it down if they want to. So it's difficult. We cannot control the pricing in the physical marketplace, but the digital marketplace.
This was a pretty good interview. This is actually the first time I'm seeing this, so this isn't like I watched this beforehand and then I'm bringing it to y'all now. I'm literally watching this for the first time with you guys.
This is under control, the platform that holds it. So I think there's more flexibility around that. I think people try different price points at different times for different things. And there's no particular pattern of success that people can follow and say, this works every time. You come out at full price, and then exactly 47 days later, you drop it down $10, and then 2 months later, you drop it down to half price. There's no definition about what is the best path for that. It's so dependent on the title and the kind of success it's having or not, as the case may be, in those pricing decisions. And I think the problem with that is not dropping the price. The problem is there a way to raise the price? I mean, that's why you see so much emphasis on, microtransactions or downloadable content or season passes or battle passes. Or these are all ways to generate more revenue off the $60 product to help ameliorate against the rising dev costs.
Yeah.
But not every game can use those tools. Not every game is appropriate with those added value propositions. So it's a bit of a mess right now, actually.
Well, you have mentioned before about how the finance sector in the actual gaming world is trying to stop that curve being like this, right? The peaks and valleys, and that's partly why maybe the games as a service model came to be, to kind of get constant revenue, but it looks like that's having problems as well. I mean, Concord was a disaster for Sony.
I'll let that one hang right there.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, well, I'll
just let that comment hang out.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to understand how you get to that point, because there must have been a lot of data that they were looking at.
Now, this is where it gets stupid. How are you going to ask Shawn Layden about something that's actively going on in a company he does not work for? You really think that they're going to be working based off of what he remembers from years before, when they weren't even doing this sort of thing with like live service games and things like that? Shawn Layden's answer here probably isn't going to fit, or probably shouldn't be here. I don't know what it is, but I just don't see how he could speak on it when he wasn't there for it.
And they must have done like online testing and so forth to kind of gauge what the feedback is and how popular they think it might be. So I don't actually understand how those type of scenarios happen.
Games as a service, live service gaming, games, we used to call it persistent world. There's always different ways to describe that. It's just a place that people will log on to on a regular cadence and maybe buy something for their character or buy something to give them ability in the game of some kind. And people enjoy that. Fortnite is the poster child for that entire business and how that works. And a lot of people saw that and said, that's amazing, because you have the same game out there. You're not spending money on developing a new game. You're just sort of feeding the monster you've created. And with standard, subscription models or a robust DLC component to it, you can modulate or mediate that peak and valley issue that you're talking about earlier. You have this steady revenue coming through across that. And that's a financial model. That's super healthy, super great. Everyone loves that. The problem we see in the market is, and this we didn't have the data on this before, so we're kind of learning this in real time, I believe, is the charitable answer, is that how many live service games can be successful at any one moment?
Yeah, well,
the answer obviously is not 20. Yeah, there's a certain amount of people, and coming up with the next great live service game, you have to not only have a great game, you have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are.
That sounds real familiar, don't it? Let me back it up. Say it again for them in the back.
You have this steady revenue coming through across that. And that's a financial model. That's super healthy, super great. Everyone loves that. The problem we see in the market is, and this we didn't have the data on this before, so we're kind of learning this in real time, I believe, is the charitable answer, is that how many live service games can be successful at any one moment?
Yeah, well,
the answer obviously is not 20. Yeah, there's a certain amount of people, and coming up with the next great live service game, you have to not only have a great game, you have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are. There's a switch market is, and this we didn't have the data on this before, so we're kind of learning this in real time, I believe, is the charitable answer, is that how many live service games can be successful at any one moment?
Yeah, well,
the answer obviously is not 20. Yeah, there's a certain amount of people, and coming up with the next great live service game, you have to not only have a great game, you have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are. There's a switching cost. You have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are. You have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are. You have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are. You have to compel people to take their time away from where they are to come over and invest time in where you are. There's a switching cost. I don't think a lot of people play 4 or 5 live service games at the same time.
No.
You're like all into 1 or 2 and that's it. And so for you to come out with another one, you're trying to get people to come over here. Stop spending so much time doing that thing you love and come over here and try this thing you don't know. And that's a hard proposition. It's not just the selling of the game. It's convincing people that they should take away some of the time they're really enjoying doing this thing over there to come over to your unknown thing and invest their time there. It's not like a single player game or a narrative play game. It's like, I can do my live service thing with you, but I'm going to just play Elden Ring and just to see that whole experience and get the thing done and go, yay, and then go back to where I'm having my daily hit of Fortnite or whatever it is. So I think a lot of people looked at that model and said, that's really healthy. That's really, it's high profitability. But the market can only absorb so much at any given time. And I think that's why there's several companies who have launched their live service games in the last 12 months who have pretty much pulled the plug on them before the year is out. If you just can't get traction at the start, it's very, very hard to prop that thing up without it.
I saw that the PS5 Pro is discless. With that being said, do you think the PS6 will be completely discless?
No.
Because Sony could probably get away with it now.
Well, actually, I don't think Sony can get away.
It's amazing. It is amazing that he doesn't know why the PS5 Pro is discless. It's amazing. Look, I know everybody got their theories about how companies are trying to phase out physical media and all of this good shit, right? That's not what it is. The reason why PlayStation 5 has a diskless drive, and a lot of you people are not aware of this, is that there were laws and regulations that changed that said that PlayStation has to make, they have to make the DVD drive accessible, and they couldn't break the warranty for people who wanted to replace their disk drive. Go look it up if you don't believe it. So what Sony did, since they already have a digital version of their SKU, they made it an optional bit. They made it an optional bit, and they made it so that you didn't actually have to go into the system in order to take out the drive. That's if you guys didn't know the reason why it's built that particular way. That's the reason why it's built like that. And it just streamlined everything and made everything easier. And they also get to sell you the drive. They also get to sell you the drive. So you get to make the decision on whether or not you want a disk drive. And it's something that you can easily install. You don't have to use no screws. You don't have to use nothing. You just pop the shit in and put the plate on. So that's the reason why. That's the reason why, man. And it's so crazy that this idiot thinks that Sony just got away with not putting the drive in the PlayStation. He thought they were just testing the waters because they didn't want to have a drive there. Come on, guy. This is, man, I hate to say it, bro. This is what happens when you have people who are part of games media that don't really know shit about games. And it's crazy because they could easily do the research to find out what it is that they needed to know, but he just decided, nah, I'm gonna ask you this stupid ass question. Another reason why he shouldn't have even asked that question is because there are places that do not have very good internet where PlayStation sells very well. So if they got rid of the ability for you to have a disk drive, that would cut off part of the market that they actually have. Like, why in the fuck would they do? Why in the fuck would they do that? Oh man, it just doesn't make any sense. But all right, either way, continue.
Away with it now. I think, Xbox has had more success in pursuing that strategy, but Xbox is really most successful in their business in a clutch of countries: US, Canada, UK, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. Not coincidentally enough, all English-speaking countries.
Yeah.
Sony, which is the number one platform in probably 170 countries around the world, has an obligation or responsibility to say, if we go diskless, how much of my market is not able to make that jump? Can users in rural Italy get a decent connection to enjoy games? One thing I didn't realize when we talked about this in PlayStation 4 about going diskless, one person said, not the biggest, but there is a significant market for PlayStation consoles, with like athletes like to take them with them because they have so much downtime in hotels before their game.
Sure.
And they're not supposed to go out drinking or carousing, stay in your room.
Yep.
It's curfew, 10 p.m. before game time. They're all taking their consoles with them. Actually, there's a huge market. PlayStation is very popular on military bases around the world, places where you can't get an internet connection. So the ability to go to diskless solution is really the key points of that is which part of your market cannot be served by that? Which part of your market will be damaged by going to a diskless market? I'm sure they're doing the research on it. And there will be a tipping point where there's some percentage where you can say, okay, that's fine. We can turn our back on that part of the market. But Sony's market is globally so huge, I think it'll be hard for them to go fully diskless, even with the next generation.
I mean, there are rumors of Microsoft and Sony working on a handheld which is, I think, prompted by the Switch's success. But that would have to, well, it might not be diskless, but would have to be cartridge-based, but it would be the same sort of problem.
Yeah, I think I've heard the same rumors. I've got no information left or right of that. All I will say is, I've launched a few handhelds in my career, and they can be super successful or completely irrelevant. And it's a tough business to get into. And I guess you've got to answer the question is, with anything, is what problem are you solving? Is there a large hue and cry to get a portable experience other than a Switch or other than like a Steam Deck? I don't know how big that addressable market is. Yeah. And do you have the development resources to provide a robust content pipeline to support it?
Well, I mean, Nintendo is quite different to PlayStation, right? Where I think,
certainly,
because Nintendo, I think 86% or something of their sales are first party, whereas I think it's 23% on PlayStation consoles. So it's
or less.
Yeah. So Sony is very much known as the third party system, and so if you don't have third parties jumping on board, then it's very hard to make sales.
Correct.
And I think that's part of the problem you guys had with the PS Vita.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we had some problem with that. The Vita was expensive for what you got. There's some arguments to be made that it was over-engineered. With PSP, what we wanted with PSP 2, which never came around, it became the Vita. But all we wanted was one more stick. just wanted one more stick because it only had the one joystick. And Vita gave us both sticks. That was great. But it introduced some innovations that were not well accepted by the market. Proprietary memory card was not a big crowd pleaser, because people had a whole drawer of like SD cards at home for every digital camera they bought.
Yeah.
But they couldn't use any of the cards they had. They'd have to buy a particular Vita memory card, which is a hard topic to broach. And while Backtouch was an interesting feature on it, incorporating it into gameplay was tricky. And for a lot of third parties who were trying to do Game Boy and Vita versions of their games, incorporating the Backtouch was going to be a feature that wasn't going to be on the other handheld platform. So why support that? So I think there were a lot of technology and costs that were built into it, which probably made it more difficult to become successful.
Yeah, makes sense. This is kind of a theoretical question, but
everything you
so
have said,
Super
my
Smash
boy,
Brothers has pretty much
has been
evolved from a celebration of Nintendo to basically the video game Hall of Fame for characters. But there is a glaring omission, which is obviously Sony characters. And that became even more abundantly clear to me after playing Astrobot, because I'm like, there are so many characters here. Do you think there's ever a scenario where you could see Kratos appear in something like that? I mean, you guys tried to do the PlayStation All-Stars thing as well.
Right.
Yeah, but do you think that's a scenario that can ever happen, or do you just think, no, they're competitors, that'll never happen?
I think, well, never say never, right? There could be other dynamic changes in the marketplace where old-time rivals become, new age partners. Who knows what happens? And I'm not trying to tease anything out there to your audience because I don't know anything about that. But right now, today, I think that's a non-starter as a proposition.
Yeah. But you were there during the whole PlayStation All-Stars thing.
Yes.
Yeah. And what was it like working on that game? Because it didn't sell well, did it? And it would have cost a lot because of licensing? All the different third parties?
It depends. Some third parties participated just for their own exposure, to be in that game. And so I don't think there's a lot of money changing hands on everybody who was in the game. At that time, I was doing my sales and my 10 dark years in sales and marketing. So I wasn't really involved on the dev side of things for that particular title. So I'm not exactly sure what the what the business model was around that. But I think people who loved it really loved it.
Yeah, I loved it.
Man, PlayStation All Stars was
maybe
fire.
it came to the market at a time where, to your point earlier about FOMO, where people were spending more attention getting onto these epic, massive action adventure games, whether they be in the Grand Theft Auto world or whether it's like the Resident Evil world or those types of things. Perhaps at that time in the marketplace, there wasn't really a robust audience for the multiple character brawler kind of action kind of platformer game.
Yeah.
And because the game itself was well achieved, again, the people who loved it really loved it. Maybe it just came to market at a time where that was a difficult genre to sell.
Yeah, because it's interesting because obviously Final Fantasy VII is intertwined with PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it kind of broke the internet in a way when both Sephiroth and Cloud appeared in Smash Brothers, but they never appeared in PlayStation All Stars. And if I recall, like only Cloud's sword I think appeared in Astrobot as well. So I've never really understood why that is, because when I think Final Fantasy, I think PlayStation, really.
Right, even though the franchise began on Nintendo.
Yeah, it did begin on Nintendo. But you guys, with your awesome negotiating skills, yeah, you got them in.
Yeah, well, you got to be in the room when it happens, and I wasn't in that room when it happened, so I don't have a view on that.
Yeah. I have a few questions from my followers that maybe you can answer.
Okay.
Maybe you cannot. Maybe you'll be like, no comment. But
I'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. So this one's from FBNL. As the younger generations appear to be very entrenched on live service platforms such as Fortnite and Roblox, how do you see the rest of the industry adapting to this as those players get older?
Well, I think any game player who's serious about gaming wants to try different things over time. I mean, we may go way down the rabbit hole and maybe just playing FIFA every day for a year. But as we get older, we want to try different things and new experiences. So I think in time, they will come out and to try other games that are around us. But you're right, it's taking up a lot of their time now. It's absorbing a lot of energy from the game market that's not going to other games that are coming out. It'll be interesting. I think, we were talking the other day with another person about how 17-year-olds in 2025 are so different from 17-year-olds in 2005.
For sure.
We talk about demographics. Well, this is the 17 to 24 demographic. This is the 32 to 38 demographic. But we've got to understand, those definitions which we made 20 years ago really don't apply today. And I think the business is entrenched in some old-style demographic marketing, which may have been relevant 15 years ago. They've really got to pull out and take a brand new look at who the gamers are, what are they playing, why are they playing. I'm sure people are saying, we're doing a lot of that research. Yeah, but are you asking the right questions? It's a different market. I didn't have to compete against TikTok for players' times when I was making games. I'd have to compete against all the social media platforms that were out there at the time. That is the problem, because of all the, we think we have infinite money and infinite capability.
What is Shawn's opinion on Microsoft's latest business strategy of making their IPs multi-platform? And will it increase or diminish Xbox brand value in the eyes of gamers?
Multi-platform is a strategy. Multi-platform, particularly in a world where the cost of development is increasing dramatically. Multi-platform means widening your addressable market, as the marketing guys say. Just getting more people a chance to see it. So I certainly can understand, appreciate, and welcome that ability to have Xbox games appearing on other platforms. What it does to their brand, I think, it makes the conversation harder to create. What you mentioned earlier is the FOMO. How do you create the FOMO? Trying to do that by bringing everyone to your platform, saying, if you're not here, you're missing out. But if it's available on all platforms, that's one of your marketing tactics you can't use. You can't say it's only available here if it's available everywhere. So it's a balancing act, right? I'm increasing my addressable market. Yay, that's good. I'm making it harder to sell the only on my platform story over here. So we've seen it before. I mean, I was in the business when Sega brought their Dreamcast titles to PlayStation 2.
Mm.
And in time, then Sega became a software-only company and have done a great transformation in that respect. Let's be honest. They're doing great.
Yeah.
So it does have historical precedence.
It's interesting because if I take a step back and I try to look at this objectively.
Hey, Shawn slick as fuck, bro. He know exactly. Hey. Yo, did y'all? I know y'all caught that. Bro. That nigga's slick.
And have done a great transformation in that respect. Let's be honest. They're doing great.
Yeah.
So it does have historical precedence.
Yo, this look right here says it all. Yeah, I mean, we see this shit happen before. Sega. Hey, he media trade like a motherfucker though, dog. I gotta give it to him, boy. He knows how not to rub people the wrong way, bro. Like, he really knows how to do that very well.
Yay, that's good. I'm making it harder to sell the only on my platform story over here. So we've seen it before. I mean, I was in the business when Sega brought their Dreamcast titles to PlayStation 2. And in time, then Sega became a software-only company. And have done a great transformation in that respect. Let's be honest. They're doing great.
Yeah.
So it does have historical precedence.
It's interesting because if I take a step back and I try to look at
Yo, it look like he want to bust out. I swear it looks like he want to laugh so bad, bro. Hey, Shawn shot the fuck out, man.
at this objectively, I feel like Nintendo is probably the best positioned to navigate going forward because they don't chase realistic graphics. They tend to have quite conservative budgets, and they're very much able to create FOMO and able to keep their costs down compared to everyone else. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, I think in a way Nintendo has created its own lane.
Private Idaho, as you call it.
You've been listening to my other work. Yes, and it's probably bigger than Idaho. It's huge.
Yeah.
Their fans are loyal. They have made so many iconic moments in the world of gaming writ large that everyone respects Nintendo. They're a competitor, but you respect everything they've done to create this industry that now we all enjoy and love. So I think they'll keep on keeping on in the way they do it. They've got the right people around it, the right attitude around it. To your point, during the pandemic, a lot of developers ramped up hiring in order to take advantage of this spike in game revenue. Went up like 20% year on year.
It's crazy.
And then, of course, once the pandemic was over and people weren't like tied to their living room, those dropped. So we've seen a lot of reaction in the game development world of reducing staff, given the reduction of the somewhat decline in the revenues of the marketplace, given the anomaly which was the pandemic. I think the whole thing, Nintendo just kind of rode their plan.
Yeah.
Their plan pre-pandemic, through pandemic, post-pandemic, it was the plan. They didn't think that this was a time to jump up and spend a bunch of money because people were spending more time at home. And in hindsight, they were right. But of course, they've been in this business a long time. They've seen all the peaks and valleys, and they've learned how they ride through this thing, and they were successful. That they will continue to be successful. But as you always said, the most common two console stack up in anyone's living room is a Nintendo machine and a Sony machine.
Definitely,
because the they seem to scratch two different itches.
They do. And it looks like Nintendo are taking a page out of Sony's book by actually using numbers now, since we have Switch 2. So they've obviously learned. They're like, oh, maybe we should follow what Sony set here.
Shit, I still think it should have been called the Super Nintendo
because
Switch.
They've created so much brand value in the word Switch. Why would you mess with that?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Okay, final question before I let you go.
Okay.
So what game genres... Oh, this is from Official Mod Zero, by the way. What game genres did you think were going to be big hitters but ended up turning out to be the opposite? How were the post-mortems for those types of initiatives conducted? And how often heavily did those lessons factor into future decision-making? This is a doozy.
That's a good question.
That's a whole Harvard Business Review article right there.
It is Official Mod Zero.
Yeah, Official Mod Zero. I'll give you a piece of the answer. You can do the rest of the research on your own. We believe that at the time that when I was in London, we had a couple of hardware innovations. Actually, more than that. There's some we didn't go forward with. But SingStar and using USB microphones to have that karaoke experience.
Yeah.
On the one hand, and the iToy camera. This is before Kinect on the Xbox and all of that. We had a camera. We had iToy games. We had iToy boxing and iToy sports games. And later on, we had iPet, where you had like this virtual pet on your TV that could be in your living room because we used the camera to shoot that whole thing.
Yeah.
Really kind of thought that the camera thing was going to be a real super game changer, and it was successful for a bit, and then folks just kind of got tired of it, and I think people felt a bit uncomfortable having this camera in their living room,
SingStar
looking
one
at them
time
while they're playing games, and not everyone wants to see their face on a TV screen, And so while it had an initial jump on the novelty of the experience, it didn't really have enough juice to carry it through successfully over time. People were trying to wrap that into different games, but it wasn't really that successful. SingStar, beyond the SingStar line, the microphones really didn't have a lot of usage, but that was during the days we did SingStar with microphones. Then you had, Guitar Hero with the USB guitar, and you had Rock Band with USB guitars and drums and basses.
I played so much Guitar Hero.
And those were all super successful for a hot minute, and then the market went away from it. It was a novelty. It was something we hadn't done before, but it wasn't something that people just wanted to continue to do, for the rest of their gaming career. So the postmortem is
DJ Hero. I think I still got the
postmortem is yes, new things are good, but also understand that new things may grab a novelty moment. It doesn't mean they're going to grab a long legacy moment. And to understand when to turn off the faucet.
Yeah.
Basically. It's like the bloom is coming off the rose, so instead of let's do 4 more games to try to keep that market elevated, let's just look at it and say, this is the natural decay curve on impressive novelties, which grab a lot of attention. It's like Wii Fit. Remember when that was a thing?
Yeah.
That kind of blew the Wii market up by millions of units that people bought. People who were not gamers bought into Wii and Wii Fit because, of course, at Christmas time you thought you could lose some weight after all the feasting. But the market went off that as well, just like rowing machines and the treadmill. Over time, people stopped using it. So understanding what are unique opportunities in the moment to capture or create a market that may explode, but then try to understand quickly, is this a novelty or is this extendable? Are we just enjoying a moment in the sun, or have we changed and created an entire new genre? And as ever, whether it's in games, music, or movies, it's difficult to know when the right time to get off the horse is.
Well, I'm of the view, and you probably agree, that you learn more from your failures than your successes, because it kind of forces you to take a step back and you have to humble yourself, and hubris fully goes out the door.
I think success teaches us very little, particularly in entertainment. I mean, success in building a rocket ship is probably, repeatable, and you understand this is the kind of fuel you need, and this is the aerodynamics of the rocket. But in gaming, you could have a super hit, it goes to the roof, but you can't repeat the phenomenon. I mean, we'd have that phrase in music, right? One-hit wonders.
Yep.
If this band came out of nowhere, Haircut 100, Love Plus One, top 10, and then never heard from again. So gaming has the same dynamics around that, and how do we understand that this success was made successful because of these factors? Success is really hard to nail what you actually got right and repeat it. Failure is easy to understand where you got wrong and to avoid it.
Mm.
So you're right. You learn more from your failures than from your successes, definitely.
Well, that is a good place to wrap up, Shawn. This has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for taking time out and doing this. Your career is amazing, to say the least. I'm the type of person that looks at someone who's achieved the type of success that you've had and think, what does that person sacrifice to get there? And I know you did a lot of 8 a.m. to midnight shifts in Tokyo, and obviously 18-hour days during the PSN hack, and you spent a lot of time on the road and away from your family. So I fully understand the sacrifices you've made for Sony and the industry at large. So thank you so much. As I said before, your retirement is well earned.
Well, thank you, Reese. I appreciate that. It's great to be on your show. Thank you for the invitation. I like to speak to all of our fans where we find them, meet them where they are, and if this makes people think a bit more about gaming and how they can enjoy it or even become part of it, that'll be a good outcome.
Yeah. Have you considered doing an audiobook or writing a book about your entire career?
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, I think I'll just go for the Netflix miniseries and cut out the middleman.
Or a mini documentary series. There you go. And then someone else edit it.
Well, let's see if I can find the gumption for that.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, that is the show, everyone. Make sure you share, like, and subscribe. And until next time, stay safe.
Good interview. That was a really good interview. I think he asked some really good questions. I think Shawn Layden gave some real detailed answers. I don't know. I like listening to Shawn Layden's interviews, not so much Shuhei Yoshida's. It's not like Shuhei's such a nice person, man, but his English is woo. You got to make it through. you got to make it through, man, and it's just I don't know. I don't really enjoy his interviews as much. I do think that he gives just as much information as Shawn does. It's just if you can make it through it, right? But I think this was a very good interview. Everything was very well said, and I think they did a good job. I think they did a really good job. I'm about to make my exit, but if you guys can hit that like button before y'all exit out the building, I definitely appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm gone. I'm getting up out of here, man. It's been real. Sayonara, guys. Arigato.